Well, hello everyone. Welcome back as we get set to go racing here today for pre-finals action at the MCC Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And my name is Taylor Burns. Alongside me, Justin Prince, as we'll give you a quick rundown of your 206 Masters pre-final starting lineup. On the pole is Alan Elwood, along with TJ Pugh, with Matthew Lyda in third, Adam Dargis in fourth, with Harris Malik in fifth, Ross Roberts in sixth, Mike Doty seventh, Michael Davis eighth, Jennifer Hildebrand in ninth, and rounding out your top 10, Renee Moeller. As they work their way through, we are currently running the MCC National Short Course as the field enters into the start box to get set to go racing. 8 minutes plus a lap as we get set, ready to go racing. They are now approaching the start boxes, and we will see the drivers do battle. Alan Elwood on the pole, looking to see if he can capitalize to try and steal a championship away. But he's got to battle TJ Pugh and Matthew Lyda as we get the green, and away we go. Off into the running, and Alan Elwood checks out to about a kart length advantage over Matthew Lyda and TJ Pugh. Those two starting to work together. Then you have Adam Dargis rounding out your top four with Harris Malik in fifth.
Clean start for the most part. A couple people over the tramline lines. We'll see if anything's done with that. But outside of that, the battle is on to see who can plot and plan their way to the front. We see a lot of plotting and planning to consider. How do you build up the runs? How do you make the right moves? When do you make the right moves when it comes to these style of races? It takes a lot of planning if you want to try and win this race and win any race here at this track.
Absolutely, and so far your top four just trying to stay single file for the most part, not wanting to push the envelope here just yet as it's still early on. A lot can happen, but your top three of Elwood, Lyda, TJ Pugh breaking away from the competition as they put one lap on the board. Actually, Adam Dargis is your race leader here. What happened to TJ Pugh? Did TJ Pugh not take the start along with Alan Elwood? But I don't think that's possible because looking at him, I see Elwood leading the charge. So there must be some issues with their tickers here. So we'll get a quick look here later on. But so far, it is Alan Elwood and TJ Pugh leading the charge. Then you have Dargis in third and Matthew Lyda right there in the hunt as well as they come cresting over the back half of the course. Up to the hill they will go. Elwood holding strong for the time being.
No one really making any moves yet. That seems to be the case at least right now. Just trying to plan, trying to think, trying to make the right moves. You don't want to make the wrong move, put yourself on the back foot, put yourself in a situation where you end up losing time. So right now these drivers just keeping settled in. It takes a bit to build some momentum here too. And right now, these drivers all just content riding in a line as now there goes the scoring for Elwood, Pugh, and Dargis to top three. Lyda is starting to lose ground to these drivers though.
Yeah, he is lost a significant amount of ground right now. He is about 2 seconds back from your top three at the moment. Already a couple of drivers on the move. That's Ross Roberts and Mike Doty. They have moved up into the top six with Harris Malik dropping down to seventh position. We'll keep an eye on that battle as here comes one driver. That's Michael Davis, who's trying to close the gap on Harris Malik as we go back up to the front of the field. It's Elwood and Pugh who are starting to break away from Adam Dargis and Matthew Lyda. Two-horse race, and these are the two front runners for the championship as they come out of turn number 12. Across the front straightaway they will go. Still lined up nose to tail as there you saw the 168 of Ross Roberts holding in the top five.
Yeah, if anything, it's pretty clear again that Elwood and Pugh are the two quickest drivers so far in this race. So far on this day, they're starting to break away from Dargis. Dargis has lost the draft, if anything, right now. But Elwood, touched upon him over the season, not going to back down as the race leader. He's not going to make it easy for Pugh. He's going to need to make a mistake if Pugh wants to really find a way to pew his way on by with the move, so to speak. Elwood remains relatively composed, usually, in these style of races.
Like what you did there as he looks to the inside, shows the nose, can't quite find the opening he needs to make the pass. But speaking like you were talking about, Alan Elwood, of course, making some comments earlier this week about how this is his one final opportunity for 2024 to try and get that big win and have a shot of taking home the championship here. He leads the charge still. TJ Pugh, thinking about it, he just set fastest lap of the race here as he is starting to continue to pull away those two from Adam Dargis, over 2 seconds ahead of Dargis, and then another 1.2 seconds back from Matthew Lida. No other changes so far. Harris Malik, though, not the best of starts to his pre-final action. Started in the top 5. He's now running 9th position, 11 seconds back. So they're going to have to do some work on this race cart as soon as they come down pit road. He's trying to find his way back up to 8th with Renee Moeller as they crest over the hill. Here comes Pugh. He thinks about it. Not going to make it work here this time, but now starts to be a little more aggressive, starting to show the nose. He knows he has the pace to get around Alan Elwood. It's only a matter of time if he finds that opening to take over the race lead.
Just trying to pry the door open, so to speak. As said, it can take a couple laps with these 206s to be able to build up the momentum and make a move. Right now, Pugh now is back in plotting and planning mode because Pugh does have that ability to close up just that extra little bit right now down these straightaways. With this draft to help him out, he closed up a half a cart length that time by down the straightaway between 3 and 4. It's the matter of, can he outmaneuver and outcorner Elwood around this racetrack to get alongside? That's the easier said than done part of this equation that makes it so difficult to pass sometimes.
It really is, and as we watch these two, and we see right there, that's the area that Pugh is trying to set himself up for that pass right around turn 9 and 10. Can't quite make it work for him just yet. He's got to get a little bit more opening and a better run off corner exit. He'll stay tucked up behind him as they come around. 2.5 minutes plus a lap as they come through the front straightaway once again, and those two still side by or nose to tail for the moment. No other changes. Dargis and Elida still hold on to 3rd and 4th. Same thing with Ross Roberts as Mike Doty and Michael Davis battle for the 6th spot. Renee Moeller, Harris Malik, and Jennifer Hildebrand battle for P8.
Yeah, a lot of these groupings, just small little packs. That's usually the trend when it comes to these style of races that can come up. Just all grouping together for those that are even on the pace. It's just the ebbs and flows when it comes to the racing here. But right now, Pugh looking like he wants to go for a dive yet again, getting close, just not willing to commit to get alongside down that left side of the racetrack into turn 9. There's a lot of risk of making contact if you set it too aggressively, and Pugh's just waiting for an opportunity for a full chance to make a send without contact.
He just set fastest lap again with a 57.943. He's got the pace. He's just trying to find that opening, and here he goes. Gives a little bit of a push as they come out of turn 2 and heading over to 3, 4, and 5 as they head over to the crossover section to go to the back half of the course right now. Couple of areas where we'll see some less passing right here in this section of the course. Normally, we would see some drivers send it down on the full layout of the MCC National Circuit when they head down to that second hairpin, but not this time around as they crest over the hill. Hill he comes, side by side for the race lead. TJ Pugh sends it on in. New race leader as Elwood tried to cross him over, couldn't make it work, and he will lose some time now as he comes through the turn 9, 10, 11 complex.
Nicely done to be able to line it up in one of the main passing opportunities out of turn 7. It's a great opportunity to build the run, set things up to the left side before turn 8. Quickly close on and pass by before the switchback section. The thing is, Elwood, he's providing a ton of pressure since that pass. He's just about riding the back end of Pugh, just about all over the back number plate.
Here they come, and his time has expired here, and they will come around to get the white flag next time by as they work their way through. Elwood can maybe try to set something out of the turn 3, 4, and 5 complex as they come up to the top of the hill here. He's not quite close enough to set something up, but let's see if he can get that toe he needs over the hill, heading over to turn number 8. He's not close enough. He's going to have to try one more time at least as they come through 9, 10, and 11. He is too far back this time to set anything up. He's got to get a little bit more momentum and that toe from the draft of that number 68 from TJ Pugh as they come out of the final corner. Here they come one more time around here, MCC, for the pre-final action as they work across the line. Pugh holds on for the moment, and he was a tenth quicker than Alan Elwood. He's got the pace. Can he hold on?
Can Elwood find a way to get alongside? That's the huge question. Not close enough compared to what Pugh was able to do for a good half a lap to build the momentum for the pass. Pugh seems very well composed right now, just running his own lines, letting Elwood try and burn up his stuff to get there at this point. Just has to make sure no mistakes for the back half of the course. Chance for Elwood to go for a dive if he wants it.
Let's see what happens here through 9, 10, and 11. Elwood shows the nose, can't quite do it, has to back off, tries again here in turn 10 and 11, but he is not going to be able to do anything here. For TJ Pugh, the chance for a championship is on the line. He comes out of the final corner. Elwood going to try and slingshot his way, but not close enough. He realized that. TJ Pugh wins here in the Masters pre-final as they come across the line. Adam Dargis excited about a podium here in the pre-finals. Matthew Lyda in fourth. Ross Roberts all by his lonesome in his Tony Kart will come home in P5, and here comes Doty and Davis. They'll drag race to the start-finish line, and Davis gets it ahead of Doty. Renee Muller will come home P8. Harris Malik will drop back to P10. He has definitely got to be scratching his 10 head on that one. Jennifer Hildebrand will come home P9, but Harris Malik lost 5 positions after starting inside the top 5, so back to the drawing board for Harris Malik for sure.
Absolutely, but how about that move for a 6th spot? I will say, Doty didn't even realize Davis was zipping on by, was starting to back off the pace. But at the end, the battle for the race win. Pugh timed it up well, timed it up near perfect, and now gets the chance to celebrate a pre-final victory before the final later today.
Absolutely here, and this is going to be exciting. Next on the docket, it is your 207 juniors. Or 206 juniors next up here as we get set to go racing. They're up next, and they are on the grid, ready to be released. It's going to be a quick one because we had no recovery vehicles needed to go out there, which we hope to have all throughout the day. Hopefully everyone can just go out there, race hard, and race clean where we don't have to send the recovery vehicles out to pick up any carts and get a smooth, quick action here in today's racing as they are set up and ready to go. Starting to warm up just a little bit. We've crested over 60 degrees here at Batavia, Ohio, here at the MCC Motorsports Complex. And of course, like we touched on earlier, at the Indianapolis Speedrome, the SIRA Midwest Karting Series is over there at the Indianapolis Speedrome. And of course, Randy Kugler and of course the Caleb is over there as well as they get set to bring you some action over there. As there you see your 206 juniors heading out onto the track.
Now we've seen from the qualifying session some tight battling between Sneebel and Snyder early on in the day. Those two I expect to be your favorites for the race itself. It's going to be, I'm very intrigued on how they're going to battle each other, I should say, during the race here to start off the day.
Absolutely. It is Jacob Schabel and Tegan Schneider who are on the front row, followed by Randy Harvey and Lila Beck in 3rd and 4th. Caleb Tracy and Vince Krzeski round out in row number 3. And Ace Rowland riding shotgun of the field in P7 as the field works their way over toward turn 10 and 11. And they'll get themselves all lined up. A couple of carts straggling behind. They got to catch up here if they want to have a shot of battling it out for the pre-final win. Here they come to the tail end. They finally caught up. As we watch Jacob Schabel leading the charge here. There you see Ace Rowland, one of the championship competitors here, getting set to go into the start box for 8 minutes plus a lap here. And we'll get some green flag racing here once again at MCC as they come down the front straightaway. Schabel, Schneider lead the charge once again, and we'll see these two do battle as they come down onto the start zone. A little bit of a slow of the hand, slow down, make sure it's all clean, a clean start we want to see. And green is out. Away we go. And it's already Jacob Schabel who will take the lead. And there you saw Randy Harvey try to send it into the inside of Tegan Schneider, but not going to make it work this time. He'll slot back to P3.
As we done by Schneider, and Schneider already to the back end of Schnabel, trying to bring some pressure to the back end of the race leader as they built about a 2-car length buffer just in one straightaway. Already Harvey having to play a fair amount of defense in the backdrop, though. Already seen Beck trying to provide a lot of pressure.
Just want to make sure. I did see some yellow lights go off right there, so I'm wanting to make sure if we do get a green start, as we still are racing, they are going to race hard here. So, yeah, but by the looks of it, I think there could be an issue with the light system because they are racing. Like, it is like green flag start, and the timer is showing. And let's see. Nope, no officials getting in the way of this. We're going to still keep. Oh no, we're slowing down. So it was not a clean start.
It took a full lap to reset there, interesting enough, and now they're raising their hand to say, okay, we got to get slowed down here, got to regroup, got to restart. Ran a full lap plus there. Interesting enough, Taylor, before the signal. So it took a bit for them to get the signal.
It really did. I was surprised on that. So resetting because they were ready to go. I'm surprised they didn't see the yellow light, especially when they came out of turn number 3. So we'll restack them and re-rack them here and see if this will get a good start, and we'll try again.
Yeah, now it looks like they'll get slowed back down, regrouped, regathered up here, recomposed. And Snyder has to do that solid start all over again if he wants to be able to keep second spot. Harvey pretty clearly going to be amongst those going aggressive when it comes to this initial start, try and rip away a spot.
Well, they got us so excited for that. With that start, we'll hopefully get a much cleaner start, but just as exciting here as they crest over the back of the hill here and get themselves all lined up. As we take another quick look of the starting grid, it's Schabel and Schneider, Harvey and Beck, Caleb Tracy, Rowland, and Krzyzewski as they moved some people around right there. So we'll get set, ready to go racing once again as they enter onto turn 10 and 11. Get set to go racing once again here. Try again, restart number 2 for our drivers as they come out of turn 11 and turn 12 once again to try for your 206 junior category for their pre-final. Let's see if times will reset as well when they come and take the green flag here, because we're showing just now about 4 or 5 minutes left to go in the session. So we'll see what plays out for them as they come into the start box. And we'll hopefully get to see the start of the race here as they come into the start box. Everything so far is looking okay. I believe we get a green flag run. Here we go. Green flag. I think we're good to go. Yes, green flag is on the train. We're good. And here they go down into turns 2 and 3. And already Jacob Schabel leads the charge with Tegan Schneider right there on his tail. Randy Harvey watching on in the 3rd spot as they crest down towards the back half of the course, heading over to turn 3, 4, and 5.
Not as good of a start, I think, for Snyder compared to the first run. He was all in the back initially to be able to make that run. Better launch for Harvey, though, in that battle with Beck for a 3rd spot. Snyder seems like they want to go quickly, though, towards the lead. Just providing a lot of pressure on that 821 kart to start.
Yeah, Schabel is trying to hold on here. Schneider is putting that pressure on every chance he can get. Maybe even considering trying to work with him to break away from the rest of the field. We saw that in your 206 Masters where TJ Pugh was like, let me work with you a little bit. We'll pull away from the competition. Then I'll make the pass on you when we feel like we ain't going to worry about other competitors, which we could see as Jacob Schabel leads the charge. Randy Harvey follows all the way to 3rd position, almost a second back. Beck in 4th, Tracy. Rowland picked up a spot from Vince Krzyzewski into the 6th position. So those two will try to do battle as they come over towards the back half of the course. And so far, it's 2 by 2 pretty much everywhere inside the top 6 with Krzyzewski falling off the pace.
Yeah, not the race the 85 wanted to have, let's put it that way. But for Snyder, a one-time Ohio State champion and a 7-time Fremont champ, finding lots of pressure races in the national scene these days a fair bit. Now looking to see if there's a way to plot and plan a way around. It's a lot more closer compared to the Master to start off this race, we'll say. So far, Snable still holding things back from Snyder as Snyder just, I think, is committed to one thing. Make it a 2-kart pack, limit the variables, push and run away, and then make the move with about 2 laps to go.
Absolutely. I think that's what they're going to try and do here. And so far, it is working out for them right now as they have stretched it out to over a second and a half over Harvey and Lila Beck, as those two will do battle for third position. And they're going to keep on stretching that lead away further and further. Caleb Tracy, Ace Rowland battling for the 5th spot, with Tracy holding ahead of Rowland. Rowland, of course, in a chance for a hunt for the championship if he can get a little further up in the running order. As they head on down towards the back half of the course, Shable is holding strong at the moment, with Tegan Schneider trying to stay tucked up behind him. He's going to keep on pushing as they come through. 5 minutes plus a lap to go as they come across the line.
Snable, if anything, looks a little bit uncomfortable so far. It's bounced a couple times up and down on the kart. Here comes Snyder taking advantage, opens the door to the left, makes the pass, no issue into 1.
No issue whatsoever as they work their way through. Great pass right there for him as Jacob Schabel and Tegan Schneider will continue to do battle. Schneider, though, going to hold on here for the moment with the race lead after that beautiful pass and sets himself up to lead the charge. There you see Randy Harvey dealing with some pressure from Lila Beck as she's going to put the pressure on.
Yeah, they've been having some solid battling as well, starting to build up a little bit of a buffer now. As Harvey, though, by a few kart lengths. Harvey, remember, played uber aggressive to start off this race. Now talking about the front runners again. Snyder, it's the question of how does Snyder now play this with 4 minutes still to work with? There's a lot of opportunity there. Snable just keeps bouncing up and down, it seems, coming out of turn 10 and 11. Just something is off coming to that section. That's where he's lost so much time in that 829 kart.
Absolutely, and of course, these two did battle it out at the CK&A Grand Nationals just a couple of weeks ago up there at Newcastle. And of course, for Jacob Schabel, he came home with a strong top 10 finish, finishing in 9th position. Tegan Schneider came home with a top 15 in the 14th position. Great run for them as they will try to do what they can for later on in the year when we race with the CK&A later on in December for their winter nats. And then here they come cresting over the hill. Tegan Schneider holding strong as these two will continue to battle here and set themselves up for a good run out of the final couple of corners. So far, they're continuing to break away from the competition by over 2.5 seconds.
Just building that buffer right now amongst these two in terms of raw pace. That's been the main mindset for these top two, but you have to wonder how Schabel plays out when he goes for a move next time. Right now, they're turning about near a minute a lap time. They've got about, I'd say, 4-ish laps to go, give or take, depending on what happens here. And right now, that's still a lot of time to plot and plan. You still got a couple more laps before the urgency levels really start to boil over.
Absolutely here as they come cresting over the hill here. They got a little bit of separation now. Schneider has maybe a kart length between him and Schabel as they work their way through. As you see them get up on 2 wheels when they come through that big, long, sweeping curve of turn number 9. And then as they come through here, they get a little bit of a bunny hop to try to get that carburetor and that engine going up to speed here once again. And across the line they'll go with 2 minutes plus a lap. Schneider holding strong by just over 1/10 of a second, but here comes Schabel with a big run heading down to the corner. He'll think about showing the nose. Not going to work for him this time around.
Still two a touch bit early right now. Opens up the door for Snyder if he elects to pass on back eventually. If you go right now. So it's about making sure you not only do the right time, but also don't waste that opportunity. And at this point, Schabel, I think, is just waiting. See where's the best opportunity to go without it going wasted and being an incomplete pass, so to speak, where Snyder can close up the race from there.
See what he can do here. Schabel's trying to show the nose, trying to just see what he can do. They have plenty of breathing room. They're over 4 seconds ahead of Randy Harvey and Lila Beck as they work their way through. So they can continue on with this battle and not lose too much time on those third and fourth place drivers as they cross the line. 1 minute plus 1 lap to go for your competitors. Schabel puts the bumper to him a little bit, try to push a little bit more, see if he can maybe get him out of rhythm in a sense for Schneider. As they come down to the braking zone, he'll show the nose a little bit, not think about making the pass right there yet, but we'll try to continue on, see if he can make a mistake come out of Schneider as Schabel just waits for that opportune time.
Pressurized mistake is a talent. It takes a lot of speed. It takes a lot of precision. It takes a lot of aggression, if anything, to force a mistake out of somebody. And so far, Schneider hasn't really made any mistakes. He took advantage of mistakes from Schabel already in this race. You can see right there again, Schabel having a bounce, having to bump and bang again. That's going to cost him a little bit of ground yet again, as Schneider just having to keep an eye on what's going on behind here with 7 seconds on the clock at the stripe that time.
Here we go. 2 laps left to go in the race here as they work their way through. A little bit of breathing room now for Schneider for the moment as Lila Beck gets up to P3 with that pass around Randy Harvey. And this is going to be interesting to see how this will play out between the two of them. Does Schabel have anything to try and get around Tegan Schneider for the race win here in the pre-finals? Not going to work this time. He's just got to find that little extra oomph in order to get that gap closed back up. So far, not working out for him as they come down to the final couple of corners here to get the white flag.
Yeah, right now, Schabel needs to pick it up a fair amount of time if he wants a shot. Not only setting personal best lap times like we've seen previously in the Master Race, but also just have enough pace to be able to just get alongside with the slipstream. Right now, Schneider getting very aerodynamic for a moment for the white flag.
How about this? It was still about a tenth of a difference between the two of them, and here they go across. Schabel try to do it. Schneider throw the block on him as Harvey gets back around Lila Beck for third as we watch this battle for the race lead for the moment as they come through turn 4, 5, and 6. Jacob Schabel trying everything he can to open the door as Schneider is trying to be smooth but not make a mistake. He went a little bit wide and slid through there, but he had enough of a gap to keep Schabel behind him as they crest over the hill for the final time.
Strong race from Schneider from start to finish right now. Just needs to hang on for a couple more corners. Schabel not in position to go for the dive.
Not going to work this time by as they come out of turn number 12. A little bit more bunny hops for him as here comes Tegan Schneider. He will be able to hold off the hard charge of Jacob Schabel to take home the pre-final win in 206 Junior.
And all it comes down to, as the battle for third sees Harvey hold back Beck, Schneider took advantage of Schabel's difficulties down through one of the straightaways through turns 10 and 11. Took advantage, and in the end, was able to capitalize and hold on the rest of the way.
Ace Rowland will come home P5, picking up 2 spots. Caleb Tracy and Vince Krzeski, not the best of runs for them. They'll come home in 6th and 7th. Next up is your 206 Senior Pre-Final. They're next up here. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more pre-final action here on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
And with that, we're getting ready to go racing for your 206 seniors. And we get the green flag ready to go. Benjamin Lyda, Brandon Hebert lead the charge. Colin Evans, Shane Hambrick in fourth, and Wes Schroeder round out your top five as Nolan Holiday and Addison Ionello battle for position as well. 2x2 from second on back as Benjamin Lyda leads the charge heading into turn 4.
Chaotic start, to say the least, from fourth on back right now. No one able to settle themselves down, get themselves into a rhythm right now. 2x2 racing. A couple drivers just about getting in the grass there for a split second.
They gather it back up, though, and keep on racing as they crest over the hill. Lyden has a big breakaway from the rest of the field as Braden Hebert is holding on to second. Evans trying to put the pressure on him with Shane Hambrick and Colin Evans holding strong with the top 5. So far, so good. Everyone's going to keep on racing as they come out of turn number 12. We'll take a look at the results here as they cross the line. But so far, your top 5 is a guest of who's who will come out on top as Braden Hebert will be actually your race leader in the number 8. Colin Evans. Lyda drops back to P3 with Shane Hambrick in 4th position. Nolan Holiday picks up a spot. He moves into 5th.
Yeah, great start from Hebert. We've seen Hebert do great in qualifying. I'm sent for Lyda, wanting second back. Takes it away in the blue cart. Able to zip his way up to P2. And the more they battle, the more this helps out the 8 cart run away from the rest of the pack. It's going to be difficult to keep on battling like that to close up for the race lead.
Hebert is doing a stellar job with just getting the momentum up enough and holding off the charge. No pressure whatsoever from Evans or Lyda. He's got help from Shane Hambrick to see if those two can maybe try to work their way through. As just as I say that, Hambrick is now getting pressure from Holiday and Ionello. So that's now about to be a 5-cart group as here they come with a big head of steam to try and close the gap as Colin Evans drops back to P3, Lyda up to P2.
Yeah, now Lyda's going to have to put down the hammer, so to speak, close up the gap quickly. Wants a shot for the race win, I think. A lot of people in that mid-pack still squabbling. They have not settled down back there this entire run. You have Ionello, who was really good in qualifying for portions of it, who's back there in that grouping. Many more just swallowed up in a hornet's nest.
So far, so good here as they come cresting over the hill as we see Hebert and Lyda. Lyda is starting to close the gap. He's got it under a second between those two. Evans is now having a little bit of breathing room from Shane Hambrick, who's getting pressure from the rest of the competition as they come out of turn number 12. You have Ionello, Holiday, and Schroeder right there in the hunt.
Speaking of hunting down, Lyda seems to be in full hunt mode, has closed up the gap by a couple tenths. So I think Lyda's got the pace to close up. It's just going to be a few minutes process to fully do the job, as well as hoping Hebert makes a few mistakes along the way to fully close this gap. Each straightaway is going to be just trying to eat the draft like a cookie.
He has definitely been eating it up, though, right now. He is under half a second and closing. He set a fast lap as well as they crest up to the top of the hill here and head downwards. And so far, as we have a pass for position, as Addison Ionello is trying to get around Colin Evans for third. And they're still going to be side by side as they come through turn 10 and 11. And Ionello clears Evans for that third spot.
Ionello, though, I think is going to need a lot of luck to now get himself up to second here at least. They're busy squabbling more so for third than they are trying to get themselves closed up for the race lead. You're going to have a hard time closing up 3 seconds now to the rest of the field. Ionello having some rapid pace in that kart, but not 3 seconds worth, I think, in 4 minutes.
No, he's going to have a lot of help from Hebert and Elida. Those two are going to have to really be battling hard for him to close up and make that work for him. But he is your biggest mover, moving up 5 positions. Chase Adams has moved up 4 spots as well. So one of your other competitors who have been on the move since the start of the race.
Right now, those top 2, by the way, Lida has just about fully closed on up here in this gap within 2 kart lanes. Benjamin Lida doing a very strong job this race as we see the rest of the field, how they've staggered out 2 groupings of 2, 3, sometimes 4 right now is the name of the game with this style of racing once again. But Lida just has to remain consistent. He lost a lot of ground this past lap by 1/10 of a second.
How about Wes Schroeder going to the top with the fastest time with a 57.413? The only problem is he's 4 seconds back from your race leader. Not going to have any chance of hunting down your top 2, but could get further up into the top 5 and have a shot of a podium possibly if the opportunity presents itself here as he stays tucked up behind the driver of Colin Evans in 4th.
Yeah, right now still... I've been keeping an eye on the leaders here, and for Hebert, the track record holder, 206 at one point, and the 106 is 1 year. He's been flying around this racetrack, just been maintaining pace. It's been like that since qualifying, just rapid pace. But now it's going to be the difficult part of the cat and mouse game of, he's going to try it eventually. When does he try it? When does he get alongside? When do I try and have to block? Because for Lida, with under 2 minutes to work with, it seems like the time is now for the send. How about the pass into turn 4? Completes it to the inside. And now Hebert having to reset.
Time for a reset as we have some more battling for position further on back. Colin Evans, Wes Schroeder jockeying around for positions. That's going to allow the driver of Addison Iannello to pull away in the 3rd position as they work up to the top of the hill right now. Great fight inside the top 5 as here comes Hebert. He tries to get back on the fight with Benjamin Lida. Not going to work this time. Lida now trying to command this race lead here in the closing minutes. 1 minute or 1.5 minutes plus a lap here as they come across the start-finish line. And as they do so, Lida holding strong. Hebert thought about going to the inside into turn 1, stays tucked up behind. Could he try the same exact move as they approach turn 3 and 4?
I think that's an option absolutely right now. Problem is he's not close enough to get a full lunge unless it's a dive bomb. And obviously don't want to dive bomb where there's collisions right now, where it can really disrupt things and better yet destroy karts. So right now just trying to plot and plan. Right now, based on what it's looking like, it's going to be 2 laps to go maybe here when they get to the stripe tailor. So not a lot of time to plot.
No, not a lot of time indeed. He's got to find out when he can do it here. He backs off a little bit in turn 10 and 11. See if he can maybe set himself up out of turn 12 with a big toe. As they come out of turn number 12, 25 seconds plus a lap. So like you said, 2 laps to go for your leaders as they come across the start-finish line here. And how about the battle for P3? Addison Iannello and Wes Schroeder battle for position.
Yeah, there's a lot of shuffling right now with the yellow kart, able to make the slide through. Schroeder, Evans amongst those who have been battling aggressive all race long. They have not quit for 5th on back this entire run, I will say, Taylor, with how aggressive things have been. No one just saying, let's be patient and figure things out. They're just saying, we're here to race. We're going to use every bit of real estate to race.
Absolutely, as here they come. Ben Lida, Brendan Hebert battle for the race lead here in the final couple of corners as they come up to the top of the hill here. We'll see how it works out for them. And Lida holds on defensive line as they come through the final couple of corners here. Hebert trying everything he can to see if he can work his way through. White flag in the air one more time around. Iannello, Schroeder, and Colin Evans will battle for that final step of the podium here in the pre-finals. And Lida still going to go on the defensive here. Hebert tried to send it to the inside. Not going to work.
He's in a good spot, though, to try maybe for turn 4. Lost a little bit of ground out of 3, however. Might now be down to a turn 8 and 9 send at this mark. And so far today, Some success for drivers there, but you have to be basically nearly on the bumper out of turn 7.
Gonna have to make it work here. He's not close enough to try anything heading into the downhill section of the circuit, as he will stay tucked up behind. Benjamin Hebert trying to see if he can send it in turn 10. Not close enough. 11 and 12 complex. He's gonna see what he can do, but it's not gonna be to no avail. Benjamin Leida out of the final corner will be able to steal this win away from Brandon Hebert to take home the checkered flag as he comes out. Hebert try to see if he can slingshot pass. Not close enough. As Wes Schroeder, Addison Iannello, they will drag race. How about this gaggle of cars across the line? It will be Iannello and Schroeder, then Colin Evans, Riley Davis, Nolan Holiday, Shane Hambrick, Bull Adams rounds out your top 10, then Lowry and Degenhart in 11th and 12th.
Good race overall, but again, Leida had to close up near a full second in the first place to get in the conversation, Taylor. An impressive drive for the 991 in the first place to put himself in position to take the lead and take the race win.
Absolutely a great fight here. We're going to take a few minutes to step away, but next up here at a little after 1 o'clock will be your cadet pre-finals, the 206 cadets. They're next up on the docket. We'll try to give you the full field rundown and as well as the start to your 206 cadet next on Kart Chaser.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusion.
Welcome back to Kart Chaser coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. It's the 206 Cadet Pre-Final with Edward Kloecker, William Richards, Kason Bathan, Drew Schneider, Gunnar Bigon, Colton Hoops, and Caden Tracy, your top 7 competitors racing here today as they come around for the formation lap. Get set to go racing for 8 minutes plus a lap as they come down. Officials telling them to slow it down a little bit. Let's have a good clean start. As they come cresting out of turn number 12, officials still giving them the warning, hey, slow it down a little bit. Stay in your lane. Don't cross the lanes till you come across the start-finish line. And we'll see if we get a green flag or not. And we do. Green flag is out, and away we go as William Richards leads the charge here side by side with Edward Kloecker as they come out of turn 2. And so far, it looks like Kloecker will be able to hold on for the moment.
Yeah, it seemed like they were carrying a plenty bit of speed for the starting lines and the tram lines, but the top 2 very eager to get right to work to try and run away from the rest of this pack.
And they have ran away indeed. Drew Schneider leads a hard-charging group as one driver has more problems towards the back half of the course. But Drew Schneider, along with Kason Bathan and Gunnar Begoon, are running in third, fourth, and fifth. We'll see who that other driver who had issues on that opening lap is and when they come across the line. But I believe it might have been Caden Tracy who had issues there on the opening lap, similar to what happened to him in qualifying as they come out of the final corner, and William Richards and Edward Kloecker lead the charge, and Richards holds strong there as he works his way through. Kloecker holding strong in second. They have broken away by 1.7 seconds, and yes, it is Caden Tracy who will not be continuing on. He is out of the race by the looks of it, still parked out on the track.
Unfortunate for Tracy yet again. I believe that's the second straight session there, as right now that battle for third spot, Matham and Snyder, starting to close up a little bit as you see some of the landscape around the racetrack.
Starting to see a little bit of the fall colors coming into play as they come around the circuit, as William Richard in the Bandit machine works his way around the circuit, and so far holding strong. He's starting to pull away by about a kart length over Edward Kloecker as they come around that number 200. I believe that might be an Energy Kart or a Bennett Kart. Let's see what happens when they come across the line here. And Richards holding strong for the moment as he tries to get that position, but Kloecker gets a great run as well. He stays tucked up behind. He picked up a couple of tenths right there as they come through turn 3 and 4.
Interesting lines being taken by Richard, though, just trying to make sure no draft is fed to Kloecker, even if it compromises the line. Just trying to keep that 200 out of his reach so there's no chance to close up here in these 206 cadets. Not sure how that's going to work out long term, but it seems like Richard just doesn't want to share it.
He does not want to share it one bit here as they work their way through and keeping an eye on them. But for the driver of William Richard, he is just trying everything that he can to keep Kloecker behind him as they come through. And there you see Kloecker gets a great run out of turn 10 and 11. And now he'll go side by side with the Bandit machine of Richards, and Richards will hold on. He'll dive to the bottom to keep him behind, but so far not going to work as we see Kloecker close the gap once again.
Yet again, not wanting to feed draft. Richard just keeps taking compromising lines, does not want to go. Now over-compromises the racing line, nearly pushed off the racetrack. Able to still hold on for the race lead, but Kloecker, I think, has the better momentum right now with Richard making mistake after mistake starting now.
Yeah, this is going to be a big problem if they keep it up as one driver loops it around. That might be the driver of Colton Hoops, and they are coming up on him.
I think that's Tracy, actually, who was able to get back going, but chance to be lapped here as the top two are within 15-20 kart lengths now in the 105, believe.
Yep, that is Caden Tracy as he just came across the line. Good pickup there, Justin, as we now go side by side once again. Edward Kloecker led that lap, but William Richards get back on the throttle to be able to get the race lead again as they enter into turn 1. These two are just fighting it out left and right as lap traffic comes ahead. Blue flags and blue lights are out. What will Caden Tracy do? He will give way to these two very quickly. Oh, maybe not. Almost causes a little bit of a stir and a hiccup right there as those two of Kloecker and Tracy are battling. That's going to cause William Richards to break away.
Oh, that's not going to make him happy at all right now at this point. This is really separated out that battle for the race lead just like that after Kloecker got the advantage last time by. That's the cushion I think Richard needed to be able to take a chance to breathe.
He's got a few moments to breathe right now. We'll see what happens here as they come out of the final corner. Let's see what the gap is as they come across the line. And Richards has a 0.6 of a second lead over Edward Kloecker for the moment. Kason Batham holds on to the third position by 3 seconds behind. He has a 1.4 second advantage over Drew Schneider in fourth.
A wild sequence of events right now, to say the very least, but Kloecker at least seems to have the pace to close back on up. Now, how Richard handles it again, going to be also critical as another kart has an issue. Still watching as the top two break away here.
Still watching the top two here. We'll try to see who that was. It probably either Gunnar Begun or Caden Tracy. We'll find out here as they work their way through. And here they come out of the final corner. 2 minutes plus a lap to go for your drivers as Kloecker tries to see if he can get some momentum running on that outside lane. He's 0.3 of a lap faster that time by than Richard. So he's got the pace. He's just got to try to find a way to work his way through. And I believe Drew Schneider has moved up to P4, and Gunnar Begun was the one who might have had the small off on the circuit.
Yeah, but still, as it's all played out, you can already tell Richard having to play a lot of attention to behind. We've seen William Richard try and keep an eye on things a lot. Doesn't want to give up pace, doesn't want to share draft, doesn't want to make the mistakes. But it's almost like it builds up and builds up and builds up. Now it's the matter of making sure it doesn't build. Richard again nearly made a mistake, nearly missed a corner.
He certainly did. That could have opened the door for Edward Kloecker to get it, and he's going to try to work his way to the bottom of the racetrack. They're going to drag race across the front straightaway here. 1 minute plus 1 lap to go. As they cross the line, Kloecker barely gets that race lead. In fact, it was almost a dead heat between the two of them, and this is going to get exciting between these two drivers as Kloecker and Richards still. Now Richards back in front. Kloecker drops back to second. Will he try something here in turn number 4? Not close enough to make anything work.
Kloecker seems like he's better in the corners, though. Richard has been able to get some pull down some of the straights, even though he's been taking these compromising lines. That's why I think he's been trying to make sure the draft isn't shared in most circumstances. Unless it's a section right here where there's no choice but to stay to the outside line. Right now, looking like we are going to be close on the time mark here. Going to be a lap or two. Looking like 2 laps to go coming up here.
Seems to be the case. 2 laps left to go as they come down here. It's just going to be shy of it. Drag race as they cross the line. Richards will get the race lead back, of course, when they cross timing and scoring. But here comes Kloecker thinking about diving it to the bottom of the racetrack into turn number 2. Not able to make it work as they come out of 3 and 4. So far, it's a little bit of breathing room for Richards for the moment. But as they come down into the braking zone of turn 5, 6, and 7, this is where we see Kloecker get some great runs here. Not able to make it work, though, this time around.
Yeah, right now, that Lawson Speed Shop Kart continuing to play good defense much of the time. Here's the offense, though. Kloecker had to back out of it, try to peel to the inside. Was that too early?
Might have been just a tick too early. We'll see what happens here as he's got one more shot of this for your drivers of Kloecker and Richards as they come out of the final corner. White flag, white light, I should say, on the screen right there as they come across. He's got one more shot to do it as there you see the bandit of William Richards leading the charge as they come down into turn 2. Not able to make anything work, though, for Edward Kloecker.
Yeah, that send might have been too early or the wrong time to try that. You can see how much time is lost and how much time that's going to be difficult to close up in a lap that Richard has on the buffer. Richard starting to make some mistakes again, though, to close things down through turn 7. Kloecker might have to go dive bomb. Defensive line, it looks like already.
Here they come down, and as they work, one cart is around as they come into the corner here. This could be a little bit of a stir-up right now. If he's not able to get it going, he does. Side by side, can Kloecker pull the over-under? Lap traffic of Caden Tracy in the way as they come out of the final corner. Who's going to get the toe of the draft as they come down the front straightaway? Side by side for the race lead. Kloecker has been able to steal it away, and it looks like it will not happen this time. William Richard gets the win.
By just 10 1,000ths of a second. Richard able to hold on in a drag race. That traffic played a bit of a factor, but Richard able to hold on in the very end with Kloecker having a stellar second half of the lap.
Absolutely a stellar run indeed. It's going to be, of course, Kason Bathan in third, Drew Schneider, Gunnar Begun, Colton Hoops, and Caden Tracy, your 7-cart field as they wrap up pre-finals. Next up on the docket is the Miami KA100 Masters pre-final are next as the field works their way around the circuit. going to be interesting to see here. And that was a photo finish indeed. And it was a brief second where Justin and me, I hadn't even to get a second look as they were coming across, because I thought Kloecker could have got the win away from Richards, because he's been able to do that during this race, just inches ahead when they cross the line before Richards takes it back.
Yeah, especially with the line, but that time Richard had to go to the opposite side, so to speak, all the way out, just about squeeze him out with all that. And I think just that the corner differential was what set up that drag race. That ability for Kloecker to get more comfortable cornering speed was a big part of the difference maker, why he was so close to the very last lap, even with the early send and some of the mistakes in the race.
Absolutely, and with that, we will now see the Masters category get ready to head out on the track. We'll take a quick look at the grid as they work their way out here momentarily. As we wait for timing and scoring to switch over, but we'll see if our camera can pick up the Masters grid. And here they are, your KA100 Masters drivers about to head out on the track. It's the Kutcher brothers who will be on the front or near the front of the field, who will always be able to put on one heck of a show for us as we see these drivers getting ready to go out. There you see Caden Tracy. Give them a big A for effort. Of course, these cadet drivers, it's all about learning. It's about making sure what you can learn, how you can apply it, and hopefully one day work your way through the ranks to have a shot of being one of the next superstars in the future here. And of course, these former superstars and superstars all their own in the Masters categories heading out onto the track now, and we'll give you your starting lineup for your KA100 Masters pre-final. On the pole, it's Chris Kutcher with Andy Kutcher on the front row with him, Greg Leahy and Paul Meese in row 2. Row 3 will see Damian Jennings and Jared Tracy, followed by Neil Hamilton and Wesley Meyer. Mike Doty and Tyler Abel round out your top 10.
Should be a good race, I think, for these Masters. We've seen the Kutchers in particular look outright dominant, though, in the qualifying session. We'll see what happens during the race itself, but it should be a fun time, especially if you're the Kutchers, to settle the tone early.
Absolutely, as race officials look over, hopefully have a clean start for our Masters drivers. It has been the Kutcher brothers all weekend, or all season long, who have been the dominant force that we've seen time and time again for these competitors. They're looking to continue on with that run here today as they work their way and get themselves situated for a chance for 8 minutes plus a lap here in pre-finals as they are coming into the start box. The Kutchers are giving a good wave. Yep, we give a wave to the camera there as we enter in there. The Red Speeds lead the charge. They give a nod. They're ready to go racing, heading off into turn number 1. The Kutchers already check out on the field as the rest of the field lines up 2 by 2 as they come out of turn 2 and 3.
And already getting to work to try and battle the Kutchers are. In fact, how about that send to the inside, side by side, your contact. The brothers squeezing each other out, though, to start off the run.
They're going to try to squeeze it a little bit, but they're still going to race clean as best they can. You got Greg Leahy and Paul Meese right there in the hunt as well. Damian Jennings in the top 5, as well as a crest over the hill. You have about 4 to 5 karts battling for the race lead here as they work their way through turn 10, 11, and 12, as Chris and Andy Kutcher are just trying to see who wants to lead this pre-final and work their way up to the top of turn number 12 and start the first lap here as they work their way on the front straightaway. And there you see the 2 Kutchers in the Red Speed to lead the charge, and you have Paul Meese in third. Greg Leahy drops back to P4. Neil Hamilton picks up a couple of spots on the opening lap to move into the top 5.
Not bad for Hamilton at all, actually, for the run we've seen so far, though. The Kutchers making it clear the aggression level is going to be high for Chris and Andy in this one. Meese had a blistering lap to get himself up through that pack. Now it's the matter, though, of the Kutchers settling down and trying to work together as a collective unit to be able to try and break away to prevent that 297 from joining the fun.
Absolutely, as we watch these drivers do battle here for position. So far, so good as they work around the circuit. Oh, a little bit of an off right there for Paul Meese. He drops a tire coming out of turn 12, and here comes Andy around to the inside. Drops back into line, though, as Chris Kutcher leads the charge, but Andy Kutcher had the fastest lap.
Yeah, right now, these two just work together all so well, but also like to battle each other also aggressively, trying to get one win over the other, so to speak, in this. Remember, we talked a bit about the championship points battle for this class earlier on in the day. Andy is the one with the points advantage. Chris is the one who had the bad round in round 2 that's put him behind for the championship. And good chance to be able to zip on through. Oh, that took a lot of curbing. What a save there for Chris.
Great recovery right there by Chris Kutcher as he tries to get himself situated and will stay tucked up behind his brother Andy for the moment as they head down towards the front straightaway. The two red speeds just going to say nose to tail for the best of the possibility for the time being. Not going to put the pressure on. They have about a 1.6 second advantage over Andy, or of course Paul Meese there in third position. So they're going to try to just make sure they survive and continue to log laps around MCC.
Log laps, that's one of the key words right now. Log laps and stay consistent when it comes to that. Make sure things stay upright when it comes to the speed. Make sure not to make any major mistakes to lose ground on the racetrack. Right now, these two up by almost 2 seconds already with how they've been able to settle the tone.
Of course, for Andy Kutcher, he had a pretty decent run not too long ago for the United States Pro-Kart Series, Ohio GP, when they were here racing at MCC. He finished 6th place in the KA 100 Masters qualifying, and of course, had a good run all that throughout that event here when they were racing back in August. So we'll see what he can do here as he continues to try and put on a stellar show here today in the KA 100 Masters.
Yeah, remember, in the contrary, when it comes to what we've seen so far from Andy, mentioned on social media, one of the main things in the past, he mentioned this a while back, was they push each other to be better every session, with them going back and forth, trying to improve each other's skill sets. Make sure they improve together as a unit to be able to learn from each other. Here we go. Speaking of which, Andy wants to go. Andy trying to make the pass there into turn 1.
He's going to try to make it work, but so far not going to work for the moment. They're going to stay tucked up behind at the time being and keep on racing hard amongst each other as they work through the middle, and so far so good as they will work their way through, cresting over the hill as we try to find our drivers out on the track somewhere. They should be cresting over here with 3 minutes to go. Here they come.
There they go. And there they go, single file once again. Once those two, but like I said, Andy just about pushed the envelope to be able to try and pressurize things there. Someone that's also not only a karting champion, but also a Porsche Club national driving instructor these days. Looking to instruct the tempo for the pack, looking to go for it again.
Yeah, another thing also, Andy Kutcher finished 5th position when they were here at the finals for the USPKS, so pretty good day for him going up against some of the national drivers, and of course, like you said, with working with the Porsche instructors, it's really great opportunity to see some of these guys do battle, and that's what's so great about the KA Masters. They know how to get around these tracks. They know how to race in karting, whether it be the club level, regional levels, or even the national tours. They have the skills and the capabilities. These were the stars that were the big ones before we see this current generation of drivers right now. These were the ones to keep an eye on, who put on shows year in and year out, and now they're just going out there and having a good time.
Exactly right now, and how about Andy again wanting to go inside, this time near contact. Had to wiggle and bobble the cart to avoid the contact. Andy Kutcher able to rip away the lead.
He is able to do that indeed, and he's going to try and pull away from his brother Chris here, but Chris is going to send it on back down to the inside and takes back the race lead. And these two have always just put on a show week in and week out that we've seen them battling it out here, and it's good that they still have some good fun amongst the two brothers. But of course, I have to say, if they do make contact, Thanksgiving here in the States is just around the corner, about a month's time away. How's that going to be? Or for the chili cook-off later tonight, hopefully no one spikes someone's chili if these two are going to be tasting chili.
Well, it's racing. You'll have to talk about it eventually before you get to the final itself, if that comes down to it. But right now, Chris over Andy seems to be the status quo. Again, Chris with the black accents, the white accents for Andy for the respective karts right here. And Andy, again, already knows it's down to these two on the gap. They've got time to play around with. They've got time to play. Andy using the left side tires in the grass for a moment, trying to make a move.
Keeping an eye on the battles here for position as they work their way through into the corners. Just under 30 seconds plus an additional lap as they work their way through the final couple of corners. Up on two wheels goes Chris and Andy Kutcher as they try to gather it back up. Here comes Andy to the inside. Chris will try to concede for the moment as Andy Kutcher will take the race lead. They drag race across the line. A little bit of a hand signal. He'll get back in line as we see these two continue to do battle. And here comes Andy to the inside into turn two.
Another peek, another prod, another poke. Expecting one to go when they get to the stripes this upcoming time by here. Already the 2 lap to go signal taken. Now, the reset is on for Andy. Get back into the groove to try and get alongside here and make it a fierce competitive fight once again for the final lap. Andy, every time, just about has poked around in turn 1.
He has indeed as they work their way through, and here they go back into this corner where we've seen them time and time again go up on 2 wheels. Looks like right there, Andy might have gone off a little bit right there, just barely, and he gathers it back up. He stays tucked up, white flag in the air for your 2 brothers as they head down into turn number 1. These two are just going to fight their way through. Andy and Chris Kutcher. Chris has a little bit of an advantage for the moment as they work their way through the S's and head over towards turn 3 and 4. And heading into the braking zone, can they try anything right here? Not close enough for the moment as Chris Kutcher holds on.
Trying to hold back the advantage and hold back the advances one more time around. Andy Kutcher looking to try and get the run. Lots of better speed that time through the straightaway for Chris, though. Chris has the buffer.
He has it indeed as they come through the final corners here. Does he have anything to do here? And as they work out of turn 10 and 11 and 12, Andy Kutcher will try to see if he can slingshot past Chris Kutcher for the win. Not going to be able to do so. Chris Kutcher will take home your KA 100 Masters pre-final win.
How about that when it comes to the run? Chris over Andy. A strong finish, to say the very least, once again.
Absolutely incredible drive right there for him as it's, of course, going to be Paul Meese 3rd, Greg Leahy in 4th, Damian Jennings 5th, Neil Hamilton 6th, Jared Tracy 7th, Wesley Meyer 8th, Mike Doty, and Tyler Abel round out your top 10.
But the Kutchers put on a show, didn't they, once again? That was to be expected. Chris over Andy to be able to power their way ahead of the field here by 5 seconds on the interval.
Absolutely incredible drive for those two, and it's just going to show how well they're going to be as we get closer and closer to the end of the season and the end of the weekend. Of course, these drivers are going to be battling it out in the Cartoween event tomorrow night, as it's the KA 100 Masters and the KA 100 Seniors who are going to be doing battle tomorrow in the Cartoween event. So Chris and Andy, I got to say, for those two, when you're battling it out like that, watch out for these two. They're not going to hold back.
They're not going to hold back, and it's not going to be easy for them to go from back to front or anybody to go back to front. I think that's going to be a challenging race tonight and tomorrow to see how these karts play things out for the Cartoween event.
Absolutely. As next up, it is your KA 100 Juniors. I think it's safe to say they're about to release these drivers out onto the track, all 5 of them. So we'll see how this all plays out for them. It's going to be Homer Heyman, Josiah Phillips, Isaac Gardner, Caleb Tracy, and Marcus Batshoon, your 5 competitors out there for 8 minutes plus a lap. And, of course, for Homer and Josiah, they had some good runs in qualifying and warm-up. Isaac Gardner did have an issue, but I don't see Isaac with his specialty helmet right there anymore. I think he took off his motorcycle cover right there.
Interesting after what happened there, as still curious who William Antrobus is personally, but these 5 karts ready to put on a show once again. With what we've seen in qualifying, though, that 834 has a lot of rapid pace, but this is a class that it might be hard to be able to put rapid pace to pull away from unless things squabble early.
Absolutely. As they work their way up into the opportunity here, they'll enter in the start box. As they work their way through, we'll see who is going to be able to come out on top with this run. And here we go into the start box. It's going to be Trinity Karting Group versus the Magic Kart. Kart Republic versus Magic Kart as they cross the line. And here we go. Green is out, and we're racing. Homer Heyman will take over the race lead. Isaac Garner, a little bit of a bobble as he jumps the curb.
Yeah, a little bit of a scary moment for a split second to start things off there, but everyone holds on. But now that 834 kart looking to try and set sail way quickly as the others behind him start to slide their tires.
Work their way through here as they work into the back half of the circuit. Homer Heyman will lead the charge. Meanwhile, in second, you have Josiah Phillips sitting in second, but he's got pressure from Isaac Gardner as the Trinity Karting Group is trying to make it a 1-2 here in your KA100 Junior pre-final event, as Gardner's trying to put the pressure on Phillips as they work their way out of the final corner across the line. 1 lap on the board, 7 minutes plus a lap to go.
Just staying in sequence basically from how they qualified so far. But 1 second is the gap. How about that? Just setting the tone already. Just seems that comfortable in the kart. Seems that quick when it comes to his pace behind the kart. Battle for second might be wide open though, especially with Gardner all over the back end of Phillips, pressurizing a lot to the 897.
Seems to be the case. I have to agree with you on that as they work their way through. But for Heyman, he has pulled away. Gardner is putting pressure on Phillips for the moment as Gardner's trying to look around, trying to see if he can set up a crossover. Gets way too wide off corner exit. That's going to allow Phillips to break away.
That's the buffer he needed right now for the next little bit. Right now, Phillips, at this point, still able to run off and away at this point. Still 6 minutes to work with on this racetrack right now. And still lots of time for this to really cycle through for Gardner. We know he's got the pace to swarm the back end of the E97. It's a matter of getting back up there in the long term.
Keeping an eye here on the battles around the track. There's only 5 drivers, but there's still opportunity for a run to come for Isaac Gardner if he can just get a little bit, calm down a little bit, not get so as aggressive on the corner entries or exits, and he can maybe hunt back down Josiah Phillips for that second spot. But so far, he's got to be careful, especially through turn 8, 9, 10, and 11, as that's where he loses the most ground by the looks of it.
Yeah, especially, it's very easy to lose a lot of ground there, I've noticed here today. A lot of people, especially when you're talking 2-tire grip, when it comes to how you're rotating through the corners, it bounces you around a fair bit, and we've seen already earlier today in the junior race that cost one driver the race lead, just having that bounce around and be uncomfortable and not in a position in the seat when you're trying to roll through that section. So you have to be comfortable if you want to be able to put in a maximized race lap time and better yet run away at this point like we're seeing from Heman. It's going to also be critical to see what happens later on when it comes to Gardner. Gardner just hitting those curbs, trying to close the gap.
Here they come out of the final corner here. 4.5 minutes plus a lap. Heyman is just continuously just out for a Saturday afternoon drive for the most part, as Josiah Phillips sits second, about 3 seconds back. Gardner another second back from him, and then Tracy and Batchoon are rounding out your top 5. They got some work to do to log some laps here to figure out what they need to accomplish in the finals for them this afternoon. No pressure whatsoever, so we'll just keep an eye and see who is able to work their way through at the time, as Heyman set his personal best last time by with a 51.303.
And Heyman just taking off. And that's all you can really say, right? It's been that type of a race from the start. Homer just has had a rapid kart. it's been that type of an event so far for him. Just has to keep it clean for another 4 minutes.
He certainly does. No pressure whatsoever, as he just needs to continue on logging laps here. And the Trinity Karting Group, of course, a dominant force when it comes to racing here at their home track, as they work their way around the circuit here. No pressure, and it's pretty much almost expected for the most part for the TKG Group when they race here that they are expected to be on the podium because of how much effort it has. Oh, a little bit of an off right there from Hey Heyman. Selects a little dirt up into the air, but still going to keep on going.
No harm, no foul, I think, with the deficit being what it is for Phillips right now. If it was a close battle, that would absolutely change the race lead quickly. But Heyman does not have anyone really swarming him to the back end. So you can afford to make a little mistake like that, I'd say. You can't afford to make those mistakes forever. He still gained time on the track that lap, interesting enough, by a few 100s.
Absolutely. He's picking up small little increments, but not enough, though, to really challenge for any situation to go up for the race lead. So we'll keep a track of see how it all plays out. Gardner is starting to close back up onto Phillips. He picked up 2/10 last time by, but still not enough really to set anything up.
Yeah, at this point, I think the positions are just about solidified here. Still 2 minutes to work with, but it's been a nice race overall, you'd have to say, to see how tricky it is to get a rhythm of this racetrack and how tricky it is to stay in rhythm throughout a race like this.
Trying to keep it going as Gardner does fall back a little bit, so he had another mistake out on the track to where he loses another 4/10 to Josiah Phillips. So Phillips just now in a comfortable drive. He's just got to keep it clean here to the end of the race in order to hold the second spot for the time being with 1.5 minutes plus a lap to go.
Still looking like we might get the 2 to go signal. It's going to be close this time around based on the lap total, maybe. No, I should say about your 3 to go. But Phillips has done well. Gardner has done very well. I think for Phillips, still a lot to be proud about to be able to pull away like this and hold on to second spot in this race as we still have a few laps to go.
Looking at least 2 laps left to go for our drivers as they work their way up to the back half of the course. But for Homer Heyman, just another good smooth run here and a good opportunity. In fact, last time by, he almost ran an identical lap to his best lap on lap 4. So he is still just being consistent, able to run his line and no pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, just rocketing forward this entire run here today is all you can really say. A rocket ship in terms of pace. Now, Phillips, I'll touch upon this in a second. Been busy racing everywhere from the Indy Karting Challenge, now over here in Batavia for doubleheader racing. The final 2 races for 3rd season here for Phillips' case in the first year racing with Magic Kart. You're talking about racers that have raced everywhere. The hometown driver versus the one who roams across the region. So far, the hometown driver just rambling on away, coming to the white flag this time.
He's working his way up to the white flag one more time around for Homer Heyman, and he is just on absolute cruise control. He'll come through the final couple of corners here to get the white light, the white flag for him. A little bit of a slide right there, but gathers it back up. Out of turn number 12 here, you see the next couple of drivers of Phillips and Gardner. Looks like a penalty or a meatball flag for the 884 machine. I don't have an 884 out on the track.
Well, regardless, the white flag is out at this point. Heyman just about ready to put a closing on this. Phillips is closing in, interestingly enough. Starting to set faster lap times at the end of the run. Heyman's tires starting to go off just a little bit. But hey, it's been a dominating run for the 834.
Here he comes through the... Oh, he's got a bumper off. I've just now noticed that when he comes around, look at the bumper. It's dragging pretty much. That could be a big penalty possibly for your race leader, and that could give possibly the race win to Josiah Phillips. That's what the meat black. He's coming down pit road. This will give Josiah Phillips the race win.
How in the world do you let that happen? Better yet, how does that happen on the final lap? Apparently, something coming loose there in the final stages. That is absolutely huge.
Absolutely, indeed. I was curious to see what the meatball flag was because it was saying not the 34, but it looked like the 44, but it was the 834 of Homer Heyman. So from being absolutely dominating to unfortunately getting that bumper penalty and costing him the chance to win here in your pre-finals for your KA100 Junior. So he's going to be doing a back to the front deal. So Josiah Phillips, Isaac Garner, your top two. Then Caleb Tracy, Marcus Batshun, and then Homer Heyman. As there you see Heyman coming down to scales, hopefully making weight. But unfortunately, with that bumper coming off, that's cost him the chance to win here in the pre-finals.
So the 15-year-old Josiah Phillips just went from their best qualifying performance ever at a racetrack to probably their best race yet, a part of that first season with Magic Kart. A big swing of consequences there. Does that have anything to do with him running to the grass? You'd have to wonder now with that bumper like that.
That's the only thing I can think of, because when he had that off right there early on, that's the only place where we saw that could possibly cause that bumper cover to come off.
Yeah, and of course, if you lose that, race done. A unfortunate circumstance there once again, but Phillips able to take advantage.
Absolutely, and with that, it is now time for your next pre-finals. We're only a couple of pre-finals left to go. We have the Miami Mini Swift and Micro Swift multi-class event pre-final, then your Pro Shifters, then of course the Miami the KA100 Seniors or Pro-Am Seniors coming out onto the track. As we now will give you your starting lineup for your Mini and Micro Swift category. On the pole for the Mini Swift category, it's Nico Kotowski, followed by Robert Lash in second. Alex Kutcher in third with Ben Gleberman in fourth. Trevor Perfetti will be in fifth with Edward Kloecker coming back in P6 overall. Then, of course, for your micro category is Jack Kotowski in the pole position for the Micro Swifts. Jackson Frank, Drake Williamson, and Wyatt Huntsbarger, your four competitors in the Micro Swift category. 10 karts out on the track. Let's see how this all plays out here in pre-final action. 8 minutes plus a lap on the board for your competitors. For the Kotowski brothers, could they sweep the day here today in Micro and Mini? We'll find out here as the field gets themselves organized and ready to go.
A very sizable field ready to battle it out with the two different groupings here. When you combine them here, looking like they're telling some of the micros to slow it on down a little bit for their pace. But it should be a fun time. The Kotowskis in both groups look very strong in qualifying.
Absolutely. They get themselves lined up, ready to go, and we get the green. Yes, we do. Green flag. Wait from officials, but it looks like we're going to be clean and green to go racing as they head on down the road, and it looks like to be Robert Lash that gets ahead of Kotowski for the time being. Nope, Kotowski does get the lead there ahead of Lash. Lash just crossed the line first as they headed off into turn one, but Nico Kotowski will be your race leader heading through the corners.
And already running different groupings here, two different lines to try and battle it on out. Bumper to bumper right now as Nico Kotowski feeling the pressure from behind and quickly in our poke. Too early to poke.
Absolutely. Of course, for Nico Kotowski, of course, we touched on it briefly. He picked up his first career USPKS victory in a very wet and wild race at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the season finale here, as a couple of drivers have a little bit of an off, but Nico Kotowski and Robert Lash will do battle. Lash thought about going around the outside, thought better of it as Kutcher moves up to P2, Gleberman up to fourth, Perfetti in fifth, as we see the driver of Katowski in the Micro Swift category. That, of course, being none other than Jack Katowski holding on in the lead in the Micro Swifts.
Yeah, Jack doing a very strong job right now back there in that grouping right now. But Kutcher and Lash still keeping things close. It's the matter of where does Kutcher now send it on up the inside. When does he elect to go on in? It's a lot of thought process. You can tell Kutcher wants to go, but still no place to go.
There's no opening just quite yet for Kutcher to get around Katowski for the time being as they come out of the final corners here. He's going to try to stay up. He's looking for the opportunity. He's got Robert Lash right there along with Ben Gleberman on the hunt. So it's about to be a 4-kart battle for the race lead.
Yeah, an exciting one so far for these drivers right now in the minis. But still, it takes a lot of thinking. It takes a lot of processing. It takes a lot of planning to get it done right. Right now, at the moment, Kutcher seems to have the pace. If he so wants to take this race lead, the problem is just not able to get the run he's looking for in turn 8 to fully do it yet.
Yeah, he's trying everything. He looks to the inside right about here. Not close enough to try the pass for position, as now everyone's starting to single file out. Your top three of Katowski, Kutcher, and Lash starting to pull away as here comes Kutcher. He'll look around to the inside lane. They'll go side by side across the line, and Kutcher takes over the race lead ahead of Katowski for the moment.
Not done yet, though. More squabbling. Katowski able to get the switch back. Now here comes Lash trying to pull it to the left side for a moment. Back to single file. But Nico Katowski, good defense through turn 2, up through turn 3 to be able to power his way back in front of Kutcher.
He's going to try to see what he can do here as they work their way through, but Katowski being smooth and very collected here as he works his way through up to the top of the hill, and down he goes as he holds on in his J&M Sodi kart. Great run for him as he's trying to hold off the hard pressure coming from Kutcher and Lash as they try to work their way through. The 143 gives a little bit of a hop to see if he can keep pace with Kutcher and Katowski as here comes Ben Gleberman with a big run.
Yeah, not close enough to make the huge run, though, from the 4th spot. Going to need to close up the gap a lot more if there's a chance there from Gleberman. But we'll say for Kutcher, the youngsters involved with the Kutcher family, of course. It's already been a great day for the Kutcher brothers. Why not make it a 3rd Kutcher into the mix now for the race lead? All over the back end for a moment. Lost some ground in turn 7 on Katowski.
Yeah, just lost a little bit, but he is now trying to get himself all gathered back up and ready to go here as they work their way through the back half of the circuit, heading into turn 10 and 11. Lash is putting some pressure on Kutcher, but so far not able to make it work as Katowski stretches it out to about 2 kart lengths over Kutcher.
Yeah, Katowski just seems like he's in full control right now, at least with how he's been able to handle things for the most part. Yes, he loses some ground trying to back up some of these corners, but just seems like in other areas it's been very critical. This time the backup opens the door. Kutcher takes it, leaps through the door, a dive back by Katowski, and right there, even when he backs up the corners, leaves him vulnerable, it's almost like he is able to switch back near instantly to be able to pounce back defensively and make the move back for the lead.
He'll try again here and set himself up for a little bit of a run as we watch these three battle it out. Meanwhile, in the micro category, Jack Katowski, he's dropped back all the way to the end of the field. Jackson Frank leads the charge in micro with Wyatt Huntsbarger and Drake Williamson rounding out your top 3 here. Edward Kloecker is still sitting in 6th in class. Ben Gleberman, Edward, and Trevor Perfetti are also outside the top 3 as they work their way around the circuit.
Very curious what happened to the 92 kart, but for Frank, that'd be huge for the 42 camp. Sizable margin for that lead if they're able to hold on right now, but 2 minutes to work with. We know Kutcher is extremely aggressive right now. Lash has just been in the popcorn seat with no runs to build up alongside yet. Going to be curious to see when does Lash try make a move.
He's going to try something here pretty soon as Lash is just trying to ease his way up and find the opening he needs to get around Alex Kutcher for that second spot. With just about a minute 40 plus a lap to go, he's trying every which way he can to find the opening he needs.
A little bit of a poke around for Kutcher once again. Try to go nearly to the grass out of turn 12 to build up the run alongside Ketelski, do a surprise move. This time, though, seems like he's just about in line to go with the normal route. Defensive line, and now Ketelski is playing very much so into knowing what's going on behind him and knowing it's predictable from Kutcher.
It's starting to get a little predictable for Ketelski, too, as he's trying to just be a little bit smooth and consistent with his marks as they crest over the hill. Here they come. Ketelski goes onto the defensive line to keep Kutcher behind him. Kutcher stays tucked up, though, not trying to push any envelopes with the moment. Robert Lash sits in third as he tries to find his opening. They have pulled away from Gleberman as Jackson Frank still holds on to the Micro Swift lead, but he's still got some pressure. In fact, Jack Ketelski is back on the hunt. He is trying to close the gap on Wyatt Huntsbarger, who's about a 4/10 up the road. As here we go, Ketelski, Kutcher, and Lash trying to see who can come out on top with just about 2 laps to go.
So 30 seconds on the clock right now. Still time to work with here as they continue to shuffle around. Kutcher lost a bit of ground this time coming through turn 6. Now sets up the draft, tries to line it on up. Already seen multiple times the poke for Ketelski defensively. Not this time. Kutcher not close enough to be able to drive his way alongside.
Here they come through the final couple of corners. They're going to get the white flag when they come out of the turn number 12. Nose to tail, 3 cars battling for the mini category. Your Micro Swifts is still about the same with Frank, Huntsbarger, and Ketelski. But here comes Alex Kutcher around the outside. Can't make it work. Ketelski goes on the defensive. He's going to block all the way around, try to white line it here at MCC.
And now Kutcher trying to poke left, poke right, try and build up another run. Goes to the bumper again. No place to go. Now forced out a little bit wide with Lash providing pressure. Kutcher tries to go for a double angle. Trying to go for the diamond line to try and set up a run. Now along side by side for turn 7 as they go for one more stretch.
Here they come as they crest up to the top of the hill. Here comes Kutcher around the outside. Ketelski stays to the bottom. He's wanting to just hug that white line as best that he can, and the curbing through the S's they will go. Ketelski gets the advantage he needs as here comes Kutcher with a head of steam. He's going to try to see if he can slingshot out of the final corner down the front straightaway. It's going to be a drag race between your top 2, and as they cross the line, give it to Nico Ketelski to win. Alex Kutcher second, Robert Lash third, Ben Gleberman. Let's keep an eye, though, on the micro category. This is one to keep an eye on as well as they come across the line. Who's going to win it? It's going to be Jackson Frank by just a hair over Jack Ketelski, who was able to recover back to second. That was absolutely an exciting fight, and it's just only a brief glimpse of what we could see in the finals today. And don't forget, tomorrow we re-rack and restack and do it all again here for your competitors in the IAME Mini Swift and all of our categories for today's action.
Yes, indeed, right now. So it's going to be an interesting time. Frank winning by under 1/10 of a second. Kutcher losing out to Ketelski by 27 1/1000ths of a second.
Close indeed, but next up on the docket, it is your Pro Shifter Pre-Final. They're about to head out onto the track. We'll take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, it is time for lights out action here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others.
And it is time now for your Pro Shifter Pre-Final. On the pole, it's Mitchell Lowry, who was able to sneak one away from Larry and Riley Pegram, who will be starting in second and third. Jeff Lyda, fourth. Fred Robertson, Doug Duff, Tyler Abel, Jeff Carroll, and Gabriel Holen, your 9 karts here for today's action as they finally come up onto the grid here and work their way into the start box. They'll get one more lap, but this is going to be exciting action here, shifter racing at MCC.
And should be interesting how Lowry now plays things out for the race, in particular breaking up the Pegram domination for much of the way for this campaign. A chance for this to become a 3-car battle, possibly, depending on what happens here in this one. So it should be an exciting one. It should be a curious one to see what happens here for these karts.
Absolutely, as they work their way around, this is their one warm-up lap, and then they will enter into their start boxes where we will see some exciting action here at MCC. Shifter starts are some of the most exciting forms of racing you will see on the docket. Of course, this is pretty much one of the only club regional series that have shifter classes on a regular basis. Normally we see this type of racing in the Stars Championship Series or SCUSA. You don't really see it anymore at the USPKS Series, and then we haven't seen a whole lot of it in the Texas Sprint Racing Series due to the fact of low car counts. But here at MCC, we see the shifter stars come out and racing here in the club area as they enter into the start box. Sean Bailiff making sure everything's good to go here out on the track. He gives the all clear. Let's look for the lights. Light 1, light 2. Waiting for the all clear. And away we go. A great jump already, though, by Larry Pegram. Shot out of a cannon to take over the race lead. Mitchell Lowry drops back to second. Lyda and Riley Pegram dropping into third and fourth. But Lyda gets a great jump on the field.
An interesting start, to say the very least, there on that start. That's why being able to practice those starts is critical. Being able to stay composed when you go to the start box, also critical as well when you go to the gears. As they go off and away down the straightaway.
Already you see the drivers starting to do battle for position a little further down the road as they work their way up to the final couple of corners here. But no pressure whatsoever from Larry Pegram, Mitchell Lowry in the Magic Kart. Then Jeff Lyda, which I believe is in a GFC kart, is battling with the Praga of Riley Pegram, who will able to work her way around to the third position.
Yeah, we'll see how far Riley can get, how much she pushes to try and get up to Lowry on the racetrack. But looking at how things have settled in amongst some of these groupings, either providing the pressure right now a little bit from the fourth spot. You have Robertson that needs to be able to break away from a pack and following Duff and Holden at the moment. A lot of these packs really forming up already here as Larry Pegram tries to run.
Larry is trying to make a run indeed here. Of course, we've seen Larry being not just a well-known name in the shifter kart community, but also in the course motorcycle racing. Multiple-time AMA champion as he works his way across the line, about a second ahead of Mitchell Lowry, who just set fastest lap, barely, by Larry Pegram with a 46.761 to 46.770 of Larry Pegram. Riley Pegram, though, trying to catch up, but she is quite a ways back by 3 seconds.
It's going to take time, all sorts of time, for Riley to close up this gap right now. Lowry is providing that extra little bit of oomph to Larry's need to run away here. The thing I'm curious about is how this is going to go long run, should say, in terms of the pace, in terms of how Larry does to try and make sure he breaks more than a second, try and break the toe from Lowry, try and make sure Lowry doesn't have any chance to close up.
That is going to be the question we're going to have to see here as they come around the circuit. So far, no pressure whatsoever for most of our competitors. There could be a battle brewing for the 5th spot between Fred Robertson and Gabriel Holen. Those two are about to do battle, possibly. Throw in Doug Duff into the mix as well, as those three are trying to... If one driver is off, that's the 270. That's Riley Pegram. She had it off there in the middle of the corner. That's a tough break right there for her. Not the way she wanted to finish this pre-final.
Not at all, and already out of the card, it looks like. So we already have our first DNF here, and that's going to shake things up a little bit, possibly with the standings. We've seen how Riley's done this season in her races. Not going to finish this one.
No, not indeed. A tough break for Riley Pegram as she will be out of the pre-finals and be starting towards the back half of the field when we go finals for them this afternoon as they watch on as her dad will lead the charge here. Larry Pegram still holding a significant gap over the field by over a second over Mitchell Lowry in the Magic Kart.
Yeah, Lowry third in the points coming into today with no Stephen Haddock the third. Depending on how the drop situation plays out, could jump up to second maybe in this round. And remember, precedences though are put to those who take part in each and every one of the rounds for the championship for the points battle. Larry Pegram lost a fair bit of ground, had to find some pick-me-up in the back half of the lap meanwhile. With under 4 minutes to go here, we'll see what the 672 does the rest of the way.
With that, that'll move Jeff Lyda up to P3 here, with Riley being out of the race as he is quite a ways back. He is about 12 seconds back, or 9 seconds back from your race leader. Fred Robertson, Gabriel Holen round out your top 5 as they crest over the hill for your top 2 competitors. And they're slowly approaching lap traffic of Tyler Abel and Jeff Carroll.
We'll see how the lap traffic plays a factor. We've seen it play a bit of a factor in 1 or 2 of the races so far today. Not expecting it to play as much of a factor as some may think here. But Larry is starting to fall off now. This long run's not so great for him compared to Lowry at the moment.
No, in fact, Lowry just ran the fastest lap of the race last time by with a 46.621. And he is closing quickly on to your race leaders. Jeff Lyda still far away back. No pressure whatsoever for him. It's out for a Sunday drive. But here comes Mitchell Lowry closing in quickly as he is going to be all over the back bumper of Larry Pegram.
Finding lots of pressure right now as you see the lap traffic starting to stagger out a little bit. Lowry, this could be very beneficial to think about for the final later on today. The long run pace seems to be there for the 221 compared to Larry Pegram. Oh, lap traffic slides in front of the leaders. And that got scary and quickly. It's time to bump and bang. Lowry trying to move his way to the race lead.
He is pushing all over the back bumper as we see Tyler Abel get onto the grass even to let by the leaders. No pressure from that one, but almost a detrimental situation from Jeff Carroll, who got in the way of your race leaders.
Yeah, lap traffic giveth, lap traffic taketh away is the saying, right? And in that case, it taketh away a huge buffer for Pegram for the rest of this race. A rough spot to reach the traffic. Didn't think it would play a factor like that, but it did.
It certainly did indeed as they work their way around the circuit here, and these two are going to do battle once again. And so far, it's going to be exciting to see if Mitchell Lowry sends it. He almost does, not able to close the deal right there, but he is showing Larry Pegram he is there to play and try and take this win away from him.
And play they shall right now. But Lowry, with that send, lost a decent amount of ground on the racetrack at the moment. Still a few more laps to be able to close back up again. But right now, Pegram has the experience down. It's about making sure just making sure the pressure doesn't overexert itself from Lowry.
Certainly seems to be the case here as Larry Pegram continues to hold strong for the moment. He's still getting the pressure from Lowry, who's putting that bumper to him every chance he can, as he will try to look to the inside once again. Not going to work this time by. Nose to tail as they come out of the corner, and still Lowry just trying to find that opening, that extra tenth he needs in order to find the door and get it open.
Right now that door just not opening. A bit of a slide from Larry this time, but Lowry took an even wider arc in the corner. Lost a fair bit of ground that time through turn 8. That's time he can't afford to lose.
No, it cannot be. With just now 7 seconds left, there's going to be a 2-lap battle. So close. It could have been the white flag right there, but just shows how quickly these karts can go and get around this track. And it's going to be a 2-lap shootout between Lowry and Pegram to see who will win the pre-final event here in Pro Shifter.
Making their way around the racetrack once again. Larry holding on to a 2-kart length advantage still, as this is all built apart and built along this race. Larry seeming like he's found that speed that was lacking now for what can be described as the mid-run, to be able to pull back away, get away from Lowry.
Here they come out of the final couple of corners. White flag in the air. Larry Pegram has a little bit of breathing room for the moment ahead of Mitchell Lowry. Can Lowry find a way to recover? Can Pegram be smooth and consistent and not make the mistake?
That's the huge question mark at the moment right now as we approach the final time around. This is the final time around, in fact. Now it's the matter of Lowry needing to close up a lot of ground. He closed up the ground this time through turn 6.
Great run right there by Lowry. Can he put the power down as they crest over the hill for the final time? He tries to look around to the inside, shows the nose. Pegram shuts the door in his face as he tries to enter into the corner. He'll try again into turn 10. Nose to tail. He'll try to shove it. Contact both of them as up on 2 wheels does Lowry go. But out of the final corner, it will be Larry Pegram who will get the pre-final win here at MCC.
How about that? Larry had the good start, held on for much of the way, but Lowry was Mr. Excitement, it seemed, with the momentum. Just trying to close up the ground, couldn't get the run he needed to be able to finish the job.
Jeff Lyda in the GFC will round out your podium here in pre-finals, and we're still waiting. Here comes Fred Robertson along with Gabriel Holland, and then Doug Duff right behind as they will round out the field. Jeff Carroll as well. And then Tyler Abel will cross the line. And there's Doug Duff. So that will conclude. Riley Pegram, of course, did not finish. Tough break for her, but we'll hopefully see her battling it out in the finals later on this afternoon. As there is your full field rundown. Next on the docket, after we get Riley's kart off the track, will be your KA100 Pro-Am Senior Finals. And they are ready to go and looking hungrier than ever. Who will come out on top with the championship here after this weekend? We're going to find out next here on Kart Chaser.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
And we welcome you back here to Kart Chasers coverage of the 2024 Pro-Am Karting Championship Series here at MCC Cincinnati in Batavia, Ohio. They're just about all clear. They're collecting Riley Pegram's kart out there on the track after her early incident, but we still have one more pre-final left to go here for your KA100 Pro-Am category. That's next on the docket. And then right after that, we'll have our opening ceremonies and then finally the finals. 10 minutes plus 2 laps here for these drivers. We'll then have a brief few minutes of an intermission. And then, Justin, it's time for the Masters for their Kartoween event. But here is your starting lineup for today's action. On the pole, Benjamin Leida and Nikolai Dukov will be on the front row with Will Steele and Carter Thompson in row 2. Row 3 will see Trevor Watson and Ryan Crouch in 6th position, followed by Scott Oliver and Hunter Cole in row number 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Rush Gary and Ryan Miller with Chase Adams, Blade Fountain in row 6. In row 7, we'll see Billy Klude and Gavin Degenhart, followed by James Geist and Blake Erickson. Riding shotgun in the field is Braden Hebert.
Did get the notification. It is Heber from Daniel Heber in terms of that name pronunciation. But I will say this in terms of the race today, Taylor. A lot of karts, a lot of drivers, a lot of opportunities for things to happen here. We might see some big time squabbling over the course of these next 8 minutes plus a lap, especially when it comes to how many times these drivers slipped and slid around the pylon when it came to qualifying.
Absolutely, and we're going to see how well they're going to be able to maintain control of that as they work their way through. So I'm curious to see what will play out and curious to see who can survive. Remember, points are on the line for drivers such as Dukov, Leida, Steele, Thompson, Oliver, all for the chance to have the opportunity to race for the Trinity Karting Group with their MX5 program that they'll have. And we'll see who comes out on top as they enter into the start box for their formation lap. And we'll see the officials giving the slowdown here. Leida, Dukov right there on the front row. And yeah, we get the clean and green. Yes, we do. And right away, Dukov tries to take the fight to Leida, and he will maintain the race lead and slide in front for the moment.
A lot of squabbling for fourth on back, though. We'll see how long the squabbling lasts. Everyone goes single file. It's with a big field like this, there's not going to be as much time to plot and plan, especially with sends like that one for second spot. Lots of opportunities for drivers to say, let's go leapfrogging.
Absolutely. You saw a couple of drivers get together in the tail end of the field right there, but they're going to keep on racing for the moment as Dukov leads the charge. Right behind will be the driver of Carter Thompson. Leida starting to fall down the running order a little bit as he's under pressure from Will Steele.
Yeah, plenty of Hornet's Nest style racing so far to start off the lap at least. Looking like side by side for third spot. Leida getting swallowed up by the pack essentially here as Dukov and Steele run away for the rest of the field.
Here they come through the field at the moment, and it's so far so good amongst these competitors as they try to find the opening that they need. And so far, your top three is TKG drivers, as we saw the driver of Lida and Steele get ahead of the rest of the competition, as Carter Thompson is also in the hunt as they crest over the hill so far. But Lida starting to fall further and further back as we see one driver try to get around Carter Thompson for position, and he will move up to P3. That's Lida who moves up.
Able to regain that spot, if anything, right now, I believe. But now Dukov trying to run away. You can see just trying to stay aerodynamic with how much that's getting Steele, I should say. Dukov is the one in second with the blue helmet. But all of that's while these top two continue to have different types of races. Steele looking to run. Dukov feeling the pressure. That is Crouch who's the one on the sends.
He is trying everything he can here to get himself all situated, but so far, not going to work out as Will Steele now leads the charge ahead of Dukov. Crouch is in third, Thompson fourth, and Scott Oliver, one of your other championship competitors, in the top five.
Not a bad run for Crouch so far, to say the very least, as they sprint through the field. Crouch right now up 2 spots from his starting slot, able to move up the way he's done so far in this race. Still 5 minutes to go, and Steele's gap, I don't know how long that will last. Keep in mind, Thompson critically for the championship ahead of Dukov for the time being.
This is a critical moment for these drivers here between Dukov's Carter Thompson and Scott Oliver, as they're trying to determine how this will all play out for them. Ryan Crouch sits fourth in the championship. He has some good opportunities to get some much-needed points. There's trouble for one driver. That is the 45 machine. That is Erickson out of the race.
Unfortunate for the 945, but still plenty to talk about in race along. As this top three tries to jet along and run away. Thompson has built up a big buffer, believe, and amongst this group. That buffer just about gone for Steele. As I expected, that gap was going to close down pretty quickly. Now it's the matter of how does Crouch go. Crouch's best run of the season in terms of points, a 260 back in round number 2.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit more help that he's going to need in order to have a shot of getting himself further into the championship hunt. And a good way to do that is doing what he's doing now, is staying inside that top three as Will Steele and Carter Thompson try to work their way through. Dukov slipping further and further back to the top 5. He's in contention, but that's not where he needs to be, as he's currently behind the driver of Scott Oliver.
Yeah, Lida has really shuffled his way down the order. Unfortunate for Lida so far in this race. It's not been going the way for the pole sitter's way so far. Already past the halfway point on time, though. And I think Crouch is now just trying to think, when do I go at this point?
Crouch is just biding his time right now. He's running faster. He ran a 10th faster than Will Steele last time by. Fastest on the track, though, goes to Carter Thompson, as he is trying to keep pace and learn and be the catbird seat right now. Just waiting to see what these two ahead of him will do and then sneak his way by, or try to see if he can help his teammate of Will Steele to maintain that race lead ahead of Crouch.
Yeah, we've seen Steele show flashes of speed this season, a 270 in fact in points tallies last time out. His best points round of the season. Right now, just trying to dig with Crouch. Really closing on in right now at this point. Dukov, by the way, is up to 4th again.
Yeah, he got by Scott Oliver there briefly, and will try to hold on for the moment. He's currently 2.5 seconds back from your race leaders right now, so he's got some work to do, as here comes Thompson as he tried, and now Crouch takes over the race lead.
Just like that, like I said, I didn't think that was going to last for long with Steele in the lead with how things were looking here. And now Crouch has a buffer car, so to speak, because they're more focused on the battle for second. But these two behind them, then they are up front right now. The question is, will Steele get a chance to be able to get a breather with Thompson pressure from behind long enough to be able to make a send right on back with 2 minutes to go?
He's going to try. Crouch is going to go on the defensive. Steele tries to put the pressure on, almost gets the bumper to him a little bit right there. Carter Thompson backed off just a little bit. Dukov picked up a 10th right now on your top three, but not enough time with 1:45 plus a lap to go as the two teammates go side by side for position. Steele will maintain second ahead of Thompson for the moment, but a little bit of argy-bargy already between the two teammates. And some swerving right there.
Trying to block and break up some draft, why don't they? Another set inside for the race lead. Crouch loses the spot as the fight is on. 3 karts trying to fight it out with 1:16 to go.
Will Steele back out in front right now, and with these 3 battling for the race lead, there you see Dukov and company closing back in for the fight. This could be even closer. They're now under 2 seconds back. Not probably enough time, but with these 3 battling like they are, this could be detrimental for the top 3 and allow Dukov and company to get back into the fight.
It'll take a lot of battling, I think, for that to happen right now, but the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if that was to end up happening with some contact or some blows here. But for Steele, doing well right now, but the kart length advantage. Right now, Crouch trying to wrap the bottom. A bit of a poke again to the inside.
Puts the bumper a little bit to him through turn 10 and 11 as they come out of turn 12. Steele takes a check over his shoulder to see what's going on as they come out of turn number 12. 22 seconds, making it 2 laps to go here for your race leaders as they cross the line. How about this? Will Steele sets fastest lap of the race right there.
Not bad for the race leader at all. When you need a fast lap, you need a push. Got it by a few 100s, in fact, because Crouch also set his personal best of the race that time by, just like how Thompson nearly set his personal best in the midst of that. But now, Crouch seems like he's got things lined up here, just not in the right spot maybe for the send quite yet. Coming to the white flag, he is providing a ton of pressure.
He's doing everything he can. Crouch knows he's got what it takes to get around Will Steele. He's done it before. Could he do it again here? White flag in the air. Here comes Crouch. Think he's about looking to the inside. He'll send it into turn 1. Crouch, though, does not have enough, but here comes Thompson, and now Crouch will get the race lead ahead of Will Steele for the moment. Steele tries to cross back over. Thompson's ready to go, but can't seem to find the opening. Here comes Steele, tries to put the bumper back on to Crouch as they come out. That'll go wide. He's now going to try to white line around the circuit.
Back in line once again. Right now, Steele trying to line things up. Crouch goes wide. Here comes Steele. Into the grass goes Crouch. He loses 2 spots in the equation. Now it's Thompson up to second. Does Thompson try and make a run at his teammate? Defensive line for Steele.
Steele and Thompson will do battle here amongst the teammates as they come out of the final corner, nose to tail as they come through turn number 12. Checkered flag. It's going to be a drag race between the two of them, and it's going to be Carter Thompson who steals it from Will Steele.
Big for the points, a big race for the 960, and that's going to be a decent swing for the championship fight.
Absolutely incredible battle here between the two teammates, and Ryan Crouch, unfortunately, will come home P3. Scott Oliver gets around Dukov for the 4th spot, with Nikolai Dukov coming home in 5th. Ryan Miller, Benjamin Lida in 6th and 7th. Trevor Watson, Hunter Cole, and Chase Adam round out your top 10. Then Rush Gary, Blade Fountain, Braden Heber, Gavin Degenhart, Billy Clune, and James Geist. Then, of course, Blake Erickson.
Crazy race up in front for the very end right there. 3 drivers had a chance with it. Crouch just ends up going off the racetrack, and it really shakes things up for the rest of that race. But how about that? We went through a lot of racing so far this morning. The pre-finals complete.
Pre-finals are complete. We're going to take a few moments to step away as you see your final results here for the pre-final event for your IMEKA 100 class. But don't go anywhere. We're going to step aside. In about 10-15 minutes, we will have opening ceremonies, and then it is time to give out some trophies here. As next up, your 206 Masters Finals, next on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
Welcome back to racing here at MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship action. TJ Pugh and Alan Elwood starting on the front row for the 206 Masters. Dargis and Lida, Roberts and Davis, Doty and Muller, Hildebrand and Malik rounding out the lineup. Taylor, it should be a fun time as we get ready for the finals to get underway.
Absolutely there as we see them get ready to make their way into the starting grid. And Justin, it's going to be an exciting one between Pugh, Elwood, and Lida as they make their way into the start box and get the all clear from race officials.
Just getting the roll on through the tram lines. No issues for the tram lines. All set to go racing. Green, green, green. And we're underway with TJ Pugh and Alan Elwood side by side. Pugh holds on for the race lead near contact in the battle for third.
Field works their way around as they go nose to tail, lined up and lined astern as we see Pugh and Elwood do battle for the race lead. How about Dargis right there in the mix as he tries to show the nose? Don't forget about Matthew Lida right in the mix as they climb up to the top of the hill, lined nose to stern.
We seen right last race, Pugh planned it out near perfectly to be able to make the move to take the race lead from Elwood. Now Elwood needs to figure out the way to do the same thing with the rest of the pack closed on up to start off this race, looking uber aggressive to start this 10-lapper plus 2 laps.
Field works their way out of the final corner. First lap up on the board between the two of them. TJ Pugh and Elwood will lead the charge. Lida moves up to P3 after clearing Dargis for position. As they go 2 by 2, you have all the way back to 6th position. Elwood just now going to bide his time. Might try to pull the role reversal like what happened to him in the pre-final.
I think that's a very big possibility, obviously. If you want to win this race, you have to be able to pull that off. Can't let Pugh just lead every single lap right now. Tell this is going to be a difficult task, though. To get this done right, looks like Elwood just focused on trying to get them broken apart and get them away from the rest of the field.
Field now works their way out of the final corner about here, and TJ Pugh still holds strong for the time being. Lida is now trying to work with Dargis to see if they can hunt down your top two as they come across the line. Elwood sets fastest lap of the race right there. Mike Doty, another driver on the move, he's up into the top 6.
Not bad for Doty so far, up a couple spots. In fact, last time by at the stripe. So now, see Elwood, I think just hunting his prey. Just quite simply trying to wait for the setup, wait for the chance to poke, wait for the chance to prod. Just doesn't want to make a mistake. You don't want to pressurize yourself into mistakes in a race like this.
No, you certainly do not here, as we now have your top 4 all lined up once again as Lida now looks to the inside of Elwood to try to take second away. He'll move his way up into second. Dargis tries to follow suit, can't quite make it work. He'll stay tucked up behind Elwood as we see Lida give the hand signal over to Elwood like, hey, thank you, I'm faster, we can hunt down Pugh for the race lead.
And now we look to see what happens with Lida. It's going to take a few laps to close this gap back up. It's going to take a few laps to be able to regather it back together for a true chance to see the answer to that question here, Taylor. But right now, TJ Pugh looks very comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed as Lida set fastest lap of the race so far. Trying to keep up with the pace as they crest over the top of the hill. Elwood staying tucked up behind Lida. Dargis starting to fall off just a little bit. As one driver, that was Ross Roberts, who went off track as they crested over the top of the hill.
Yes, indeed, right now with how things are shaping up. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Pugh. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Lida, though, with his ability to closed up just about to the same spot Elwood was. Span of a lap. I think that 19's got some good pace. Elwood not afraid to just work with whoever's in front of him.
No, he's just trying to bide his time, seeing if he can pull away from the rest of the field, and that's what they're trying to do. They have already broken away from Darkus, and those three, your three for the championship of Pew, Lida, and Elwood, are now working hard to see if they can try and set themselves up for a chance for the battle. As Elwood showed the nose to the inside of Lida, Lida stays in position in second as they come up to the top of the hill. Dargus, though, sees what's going on. Here comes Lida. He'll show the nose, come back into line, and stays in second as TJ Pugh just tries to hit his marks lap after lap.
Yeah, just laser focused on the task at hand at this point for this final. Just trying to make sure, don't let any tires go off. Don't let anything go in terms of a dive bomb here. Just maintain a rhythm. Just maintaining a rhythm is critical with this style of racing.
Keeping an eye on this battle here for your top three. No changes really outside this group as we watch on. Here comes Lida to the inside. Beautiful pass around PJ Pugh, whose Pugh is trying to cross him back over. Can't make it work. Lida to the front of the field.
Good spot on the pass. Able to build it up. It took a few laps as we were expecting it to take into turn 4. But now, it's the matter of how does Pugh plan things back out. We know Pugh, in about the same time frame, was able to make a dive before. He tries it here. Whenever he's been in second, he usually likes to peak around turn 9.
Here they come through out of the final corner with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go, and TJ Pugh is now dropped back to P2 as we see this second group of cars coming around. But Lida, Pugh, Elwood, and Darkus, as Darkus now starting to lose touch to the top 3.
Dargus right now just quietly in the popcorn seat again. No place for him to pop out. No place for him to adventure out. No place to be able to send things along right now. Just riding along and biding his time in case things boil over. But right now, I'm expecting things to boil over in about 2 minutes or so. 2.5 minutes, in fact. That's where I really expect things to get uber aggressive amongst these drivers.
Keeping an eye here as we see the aggression levels might kick in a little bit. Here comes Pugh. He shows the nose again. Elwood just staying tucked up behind for the moment as they work their way out through the middle of turn 12. Great racing amongst your top 4 as that second group works their way down into the corner. Back up at the front of the field here. Will anyone slingshot here? Nope, they're going to stay all lined up, tucked up underneath.
Just trying to stay together right now. Pugh looking for a little peek. Not able to make the peak go his direction. No move, no pass quite yet.
Your top 3 separated by less than 0.2 of a second right now. Throw it half a second with Adam Dargus right there in the hunt. He could possibly sneak his way up for a podium finish if these 3 really get to racing in the closing stages of the race. Here they come up to the top of the hill towards turn number 8 and 9. No one's getting out of line yet. They're just going to stay in line for the moment. I will say, though, Justin, if one of them makes a mistake, like right there, Lida went a little too wide, that opened the door for Pugh. That's when we'll see the action really kick in.
And one of these times, it's going to lead to contact. Oh, a bit of a squeeze there. I believe Elwood just about went in the grass trying to make the move. Now gives the signal to Dargus, we got to go.
We got to go indeed here as we try to get our camera to go as well to catch up to this battle for the race lead as they try to find their way over towards the back half of the course. There they are coming through. Pugh still trying to find the opening. Elwood sticks in third and Dargus ready to go when Elwood pulls the trigger.
Yeah, pretty clear that that's got to be the option right now. Try and find a way around, try and score points, try and make the pass quickly and efficiently. Right now, Pugh's method of poking and prodding has not led to anything side by side for turn 9 quite yet. Another peek, another poke. I think he's almost preferring that line to the left side.
I think so too. That might be the preferred line that feels where he can get the most momentum off corner exit here as they work their way to the front straightaway. There you see the second group coming across down the hill, but they're still nowhere near to the closeness of the battle for the race lead we have here. 1 minute plus 2 laps to go, and all 3, here they come down as they work their way through side by side almost for Elwood and Pugh. Pugh is still maintaining second.
Yeah, he still wants that lead, I think. It's just, when does he want to try and risk it? Because I think he knows turn 4 is going to work. Problem is, Elwood knows that there's time limited. Pugh gets squeezed off the track with Elwood. Elwood to second.
How about this? Now with this gap that Lyda has, does Elwood have enough time with the help of Dargis to go and chase him down? He's going to put all the pressure he can on and try to get it. Remember, Elwood and Lyda were two of the front runners who were fastest in the race last time out, and they were quick in qualifying this morning. So we'll see if they can find their way to make the run up to the front of the field. Here they come. Clock is ticking down, under 15 seconds to go. Elwood sends it to the bottom. He knows it's go time. New race leader.
Elwood waiting for the final moments to be able to make his move. Now the clock reaching zeros this time around. Lots of pressure once again, still from Lyda. Lyda wants his lead back and wants it immediately. He made the move once, hit the curbs this time trying to make the pass.
Not to be denied this time. Elwood is trying everything he can to hold on to the race lead as they come up to the top of the hill here. This is a good passing opportunity. Could we see Lyda try something here? He's going to send it into the inside, cuts back in line. Dargis watches on, tries to take the outside lane to try and pinch. Here comes Pugh to the inside of Dargis.
It's the curbing once again. Having to reline up, regroup. Now Elwood just keeping an eye on what's going on behind him with how aggressive things have gotten. Now there's a small buffer to work with here, coming to 2 laps to go on the board.
2 to go for your race leaders. Elwood has a little bit of breathing room with these drivers battling it out as Pugh tries to find his way around Dargis. Cannot work this time around as here comes Lyda with a head of steam.
Now what's the matter? When can he close up to go skedaddle to the race lead? Right now, looking to try and close up the extra kart length. Dargis just trying to do what he needs to do as Pugh has been ditched by this top 3.
Pugh is trying everything he can as he's trying to lose touch with the top 3. Elwood doing everything he can to hold on as here comes Lyda with a big run out through turn 9 and 10 as they come into turn 11 and 12. They're going to try to work their way through. Big run coming out for Lyda and Dargis as they get the white flag this time around.
Coming up to the final time here, Elwood keeping himself maintained, just breaking the draft. No draft that time fed to Lyda or Dargis. Lyda's going to have the lap of his season if he wants to close this gap and close it up fast.
Indeed, he's going to have to do everything he can as Lyda gets a good run. Elwood looking for his first win of the season as he tries to put the pressure on and get it where it counts to have a shot of the championship. How about Dargis with that big run there out of the corner? He's closing up to Matthew Lyda.
And now more pressure for second than there is for the lead. They're more focused in the battle back then. It looks like Elwood is in the driver's seat to get this race win.
Here they come through the final couple of corners, smooth and consistent. Elwood found the opportunity, saw the hole, and made it count, and looks like he will be able to make it work this time around. Welcome, by the looks of it, to victory lane for Alan Elwood to take home the win. The excitement, Dargis excited about a podium finish. Matthew Lyda in second. TJ Pugh comes home in P4 as we pick up the battle to round out the top 5, and it looks like Ross Robert in that machine just up ahead is looking to take home the 5th position as they work their way out of the final couple of corners. Here they come across the line. It is going to be Ross Roberts, Renee Moeller, Harris Malik, Mike Doty. Here comes Jennifer Hildebrand and Michael Davis up there at the top of the hill. It looks like his day will be done just inches or yards away from the start-finish line.
Very unfortunate. Had to take the corner cut, actually. Trying to get the kart gathered up and figured out right there. But an exciting race. Elwood planned it out near perfectly to get the race win here today.
Absolutely incredible drive right there by Alan Elwood as he will celebrate this victory here tonight. And, of course, for later on, he's got to get ready for the Kartoween event tonight. So he might go for the double here as Elwood, Lyda, and Dargis, your top 3 finishers.
Fourth spot again, Pugh, Roberts, Moore, Malik should say. Then you have Doty, who was making up strides, ended up falling back to 8th in the end. Hildebrand, the last to finish. Davis, a DNF on the last lap.
Next on the docket is your 206 juniors who are about to enter out onto the racetrack. Another exciting one that's coming up next here on Kart Chaser.
Looking like your next grouping of karts just about ready to go already. 206 juniors due up next, Taylor. That means these drivers ready to have some fierce battling once again. We've seen some fierce competitiveness in this grouping earlier today.
Absolutely. Schneider and Shapel were the top two front runners all day today, and they're going to continue on. Randy Harvey starts P3 with Lila Beck, Ace Rowland, Caleb Tracy, and Vince Krzeski rounding out your 7-kart field here today as they will make their way into the start zone. Will Schneider and Shapel be the ones to watch, or could someone else sneak their way up to the front of the field? We're about to find out as the field works their way to the final couple of corners. Couple of stragglers coming in. We're going to see who comes out on top with the win in 206 Junior.
We've seen one kart have an issue get going, hence why we're having a bit of a delay there for some of the karts to get to the line. But everybody else is all gathered up and ready to go. Expecting the top two to be uber aggressive from the jump here once again to start this one off.
Working their way through into the start zone, and we'll see who can survive these next 10 minutes plus 2 laps as they work their way into the start zone. Schneider, Shapel, really excited to see what those two can do here today as they head down into the start zone. All is clear. Looks like everyone is working their way through. And green light, we are clear and ready to go racing. Big slide out there by Vince Krzeski. He wants to try to work his way through as they work their way up to the top of the hill and work on through the field. And so far, it's Schneider and Shapel battling for the race lead.
Top two able to pull off and away. Once again, we've seen this already in some races throughout the day today. Now it's going to be interesting what Schneider does in the midst of this grouping, and what the rest of these drivers now do as they clip some grass.
Field works their way up to the top of the hill, and Scheibel and Schneider will work their way through the field, and they already checked out. Lila Beck, though, moving up into P3 with Randy Harvey right there in the mix as they try to fight their way through, but Lila Beck now closing in on the top two, looking to take the fight to the rim.
Yes, indeed. Looking to take the fight to them indeed right now as we end off the first lap already. As 8:21 having an issue there on the scoreboard there. That would be Shapel having some issues here.
Would be the case, but he is still showing in second right now. Schneider still holds on to the race lead. As there you see Lila Beck sitting in third. We'll keep track of what's going on. Ace Rowland did not take the start by the looks of it. Or at least only took the one lap. So tough break for Ace Rowland, who is one of those in the competitors.
Yeah, those top two right now pulling off and away a lot. Well, Beck still now ahead of Harvey, and that's been a switch of things. Remember, Harvey had been up and away, able to hold on to third after some aggressive battling with Lila Beck. This time, Beck able to switch the tide, so to speak, in that kart here today.
Here they come up through the gears and work their way up to the top of turn one. Lila Beck now having to deal with a hard charge of Randy Harvey's closing in as Tegan and Jacob start to pull away from the competition. Once again, those two are the ones who are going to be battling all day long.
Yeah, right now these top two checking out by 1.3, 1.4 seconds already. How things are broken apart here. Curious, again, what's going to happen in the case of the 821, but for now, all you can do is race it out. We've seen these people race it out before, these drivers should say, race it out pretty fair and square last time.
They certainly did, and they're going to keep on racing hard as they work their way through, coming out of the final corner. Schneider holds strong for the moment. Jacob is trying to make sure he can keep up with the pace as they come across the line. 7 minutes to go, and both of them ran almost identical lap times last time by. Tegan was just a tick faster than Jacob.
I don't think it's down to the lap times. That's going to be the major concern long term between these two. It's just going to be the question mark of when do they go? And when it comes to this, do you have it like the brothers situation from earlier, or do you have it where you wait to the final minute or two to be able to try and go here? And at this point, I think it's looking like just waiting to see what happens right now. It seems to be the main focal point. They built enough of a buffer where if they wanted to, they could squabble back and forth for several laps here. But
I think the biggest...
Go ahead.
I was going to say the one of the things I think for Jacob Schabel is he's going to try to see if he can wait and try to see if he can continue pulling that gap away, because they're currently about 2.5 seconds ahead of Lila Beck and Randy Harvey, which those two are about to go side by side heading into turn one. But wait to see if Tegan can make a mistake. One mistake, and that could change the whole outlook of the premise of this race that we're watching right here, as Jacob's just going to stay tucked up for the moment, not push the envelope, and like you said also, you could wait just till the final minutes left in the race before deciding to make the pass, as Harvey does get around Lila Beck for third.
Yeah, Harvey had to reel in about a second or so to get back to Beck. That took a little bit of effort once again from Harvey to be able to close things on down here. These two we keep an eye on still on the racetrack, though. Just lockstep, laser focused. Their lines near identical each corner.
Absolutely, as the field works their way out of the final corner here. Tegan Schneider, Jacob Schabel are really trying to log laps, just try to see if they can stay ahead of the competition, not worry about pressure from behind, because they are the class of the field here today as they work their way around the circuit. So far, no pressure. And Jacob Schabel just going to stay tucked up, not try to make a move just yet. He'll probably wait till the closing minutes of the race, as we're closing in on about 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps.
Yeah, still a lot of time around this racetrack to go. Snyder, again, so solid, so quick when it comes to this portion of the racetrack. Seems like he's so poised in these technical sections at some points here today. Yes, identical racing lines and whatnot, but he's just got that little extra edge coming out of each corner exit in these tight sections.
Absolutely, as they come around the circuit here to put another lap on the board. 6 laps completed, 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And no pressure, just keeps on logging laps. No way that they could just find the opening they need here at the moment. Looking throughout the field, no one else really yet. Battle for 5th between Caleb Tracy and Vince Krzeski, as those two are going to go battling for position. Harvey has pulled away from Lila Beck by about 2 kart lengths for the moment, as we watch on this battle for the race lead between Schneider and Schabel as they come up to the top of the hill here towards the back half of the circuit.
You have to wonder what's going through the drivers' minds in a race like this, where you know the top two are in control. They've got a buffer of almost 5 seconds, mind you now. But at the same time, you don't want to end up costing yourself the whole 5 seconds or anything along those lines. You have to wonder what's going through their minds right now in this sequence at the moment with how they've raced it out today.
Absolutely, and we're going to see a little tap on the helmet right there from the 105 of Caleb Tracy to Vince Krzeski. They want to try to work together to see if they can find a way to catch up to Lila Beck and Randy Harvey, but that's going to be quite a bit of work. They're 6 seconds back from that group.
Yeah, going to take some time. Remember Tracy having some rough moments in the last race. This race going a lot more cleaner for Tracy, it seems. But right now, still under 3 minutes to go on the clock. Just the plotting and planning stage continues.
Planning, plotting, trying to determine when is the time to make the move with just about 2 minutes and 10 seconds left to go, or actually just under 3 minutes actually left to go as we get timings show up as they cross the line, even though it shows 2:15. There we go, 2:10 left on the timing and scoring. Apologies on that for those. Timings like to make a little adjustments every so often. We'll see what Shable will do, not really putting the envelope just yet. And they're just going to keep on logging laps here around the circuit. No trouble for Randy Harvey. Lila Beck has fallen off just a little bit. Same thing with Caleb Tracy, who is currently pulling away from Vince Krzeski as well. As there you see Harvey and Beck at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, right now those two still keeping close at least. Beck has shown good flash of speed whenever we've seen her race on the racetrack. Harvey just wanting to step on the podium for this respective race here today. It seems like right now, as long as there's no major mistakes, there's a prime opportunity for Harvey to be able to step on said podium later on.
Absolutely, as we'll watch and see here what he can do in the closing moments of this race. 1 minute plus 2 laps to go, and Schneider got a little bit of breathing room that time by as he is pulled out to about a kart length between the two of them.
He does that throughout this run, I've noticed. He does find a way to be able to pull away that extra little gap, that little extra bit of separation, to be able to build a buffer. And when you have a buffer like that, it makes you a lot more comfortable in the kart compared to if they're all over the back end of you the entire time in a run.
Keep an eye on the competition here as they work their way through. 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go, as it's going to be some exciting racing towards the end. There you see Lila Beck closing back in on Harvey here, and she's ready to put the fight to him in the closing stages.
I think it's going to be another chance for Beck, one more chance maybe, to be able to try and really get a good lunge on. Remember, Harvey had to close up the big gap before. Beck's going to have to try and do the same here by 3/4 if there's really a true shot right now. Schnabel still providing pressure as they have reached zeros on the clock.
They have reached 0. That means 2 more laps left to go for these drivers as they get ready to work their way up to the top of the hill. As they work in through to the braking zone, can we see Shable try something right now? Not going to work this time.
Not yet. And I think at this point, as they come to 2 laps to go right now, this time, a bit near a mistake. Snyder having to look behind as that was a little bit more wider than he expected on the corner exit. No chance for Schnabel to close up and take advantage of that little mistake right now as they take the 2 to go.
2 more laps left to go in the race as they come through turns 2, and now one is giving an inch here. It's only a matter of time to see if Shable can find the opening he needs to get around Schneider. He shows the nose to the inside, not going to work just yet, as he will just stay tucked up. He knows he's got one more opportunity to set himself up for a chance of victory.
Just one more prime opportunity. When does he take the opportunity to go? Right now, this is one of his best chances yet. Schnabel says, I'm not going to do anything yet. Didn't get enough of a run to build up the run to get alongside, coming up to the white flag this time.
One more time around here for Shable and Schneider as these two are about to pull out with an amazing fight to the finish. They've been battling 1 and 2 all day long, and they're looking their way through to see, will Shable try to pull something on the front straightaway, or will he stay tucked up to the last possible second?
That's the huge question mark right now. Shable's trying to set up a diamond line. Didn't help him at all. He lost ground trying to take the higher line. That takes away a passing chance for turn 4.
Here they come as they crest over towards the turn 4 and 5 complex. They're trying everything. A little bit of a slide right there by Schneider. Schabel does the same thing as well as they work their way up to the top of the hill. Can Schneider hold on in these couple of corners? And Schabel's trying everything to see if he can just get one more big push in order to try and take the fight to Schneider. He may try on the front straightaway here and try to make a drag race out of it as they work their way through the S's for the final time. Coming out of turn number 11 and 12, Schabel gives a little bit of a hop to get that engine up and wound it up, ready to go as they come onto the front straightaway. Nose to tail. He's going to pull out to the outside. Drag race to the start finish, and it's going to be Jacob Schabel pulls off the victory ahead of Tegan Schneider at the last possible second.
How about that little bit of an edge at the stripe? An impressive run to the checker flag. That was right down to the last possible second to get side by side there.
Randy Harvey will come home in third, followed by Lila Beck. Vince Krzyzewski holds off Caleb Tracy, and then Ace Rowland did not finish. An exciting finish to your 206 juniors here today. And it's time for the seniors to have their fun in the 206 senior category as they're next up here on Kart Chaser as you take a look at your final results for the 206 juniors. And it was an exciting one. I can only imagine what's going to happen later on when they come back tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens, especially after such a close finish towards the very end of this one. Harvey did hold off Beck, by the way, for that third position. Well done there.
And with that, there you see your 206 seniors getting fired up and ready to go. Once they get themselves situated, Justin, we'll go ahead and let you give us the starting full field rundown and give us to see who are the ones to watch in the senior category.
Try this one more time. Once again, apologies there for the quick blip. Benjamin lineup. Brandon Heber along with Addison Inello with Schroeder and Evans. Davis in 6th. Holiday in Hambrick. Bowen Adams. Then Lowry and Dagenhart. Collin starts at the tail.
Absolutely, as they work their way around the circuit to get themselves situated and set to go for 10 minutes of action for your 206 seniors. They'll be one of the other classes premiered in the Kartoween event here today as they work their way through. And so far, it's going to be exciting to see. Lida, Heber, and Ianello are some of the favorites. Schroeder, Evans rounding out the top 5 as they come into the start lane to turn them loose for the next 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Heber, definitely going to be one to watch. He had some great speed. Lida, of course, a fan favorite here at MCC. As they work their way into the start box, we get the all clear, all green, and away we go. And Braden Heber already takes away the race lead for the moment. Lida tries to fight his way back to the inside, but it's going to be Heber who will hold on for the moment.
Heber showing off the speed right from the get-go once again in terms of the defense. Now looking to try and run away as some of the other karts still keep it side by side in the heart of the field. A lot of drivers still trying to find their footing.
They work their way through the middle of the corner. Wes Schroeder moves up to P3. How about that run? Actually, P2 for the moment. So Schroeder on a little bit of a tear right now as him and Heber trying to pull away from the competition. Addison Ianello in the mix as well. Don't forget about Riley Davis and Colin Evans as it's now a 5-kart breakaway from the competition as they come out of the final couple of corners.
Indeed, they stay all single-filed out in the grouping for the time being. So now we'll see what happens throughout this race. Already 1 minute burned off the clock. Already up to second is Schroeder. Lida shuffled back to third. A couple drivers like Lowry did not get going off the initial start, by the way. interesting there as the battle is on for third more than it is for the lead.
Yeah, Lowry does continue on racing. He's just way back towards the field. Tough break for him as he tries to get himself situated. But watching on, Brandon Heber is doing everything he can to keep Wes Schroeder behind as they come up to the top of the hill. Lida and Iannello will battle for third.
No moves in that grouping for the time being, but we've seen a lot of squabbling from them earlier on, didn't we, Taylor, where they did not want to stay still. They did not want to remain patient. This time, a lot more patience being shown in this race.
Well, that's what you get with these young guns and these superstars here in the 206 seniors. They're very ready. They're very aggressive. They want to get on the battle as Iannello gets around Lida for third position.
Still no change there, but Schroeder. Great start, by the way, already up from fourth to second, and seems like he's capable of keeping up with Heber for now. How long that lasts, we'll have to see, but it's about thinking about what's going to happen next is a big step on how a lot of these battles can go here as you keep an eye on that backdrop for third. Still no poke from Lida and company.
Nope, no pressure just yet. They're just trying to see if they can catch back up to the rest of the field right now as they work their way up to the top of the hill and now adding out of turn number 12. So far, so good as they work their way through. As a couple of drivers give a tap of the helmet, they want to try to close rank and try to fight their way up to the front of the field. But so far, Heber is doing everything he can to pull away. He's got a half a second cushion over Schroeder and Iannello, who are now trying to work together and see if Lida can also join the mix.
Yeah, that's going to be the huge question is, can they do that? And the question, short answer is, it depends. It depends on how aggressive they want to be. It depends on how good their karts are right now. It depends on how comfortable they are with the racetrack. Lowry is back going, by the way, 13 seconds back, but it's about just staying in line and working together right now. They aren't chipping away really on Schroeder's gap right now for that second spot, though. That's a bit concerning to me.
It is a little concerning, but the thing is they still have a little bit of time to see what they can do. And plus also, your top four, they're starting to get closer and closer together. That could cause a lot of battling. That could open the door for some of these other drivers who are falling back a little to try and close the gap and make it more interesting for them to have a shot of a podium or the win.
Exactly with how this is going, yes. But right now, there's that little gap that's already closed down. Iannello, with it being second for that spot, there might be a bit more urgency to go for the spot, knowing it takes a couple minutes to wind up the gap, wind up the closure. Iannello going for the closure for second, trying to take away the spot. Arcs out Schroeder. Schroeder gets moved all the way back as the netter send to the inside.
Schroeder drops back to P4. That now moves up Benjamin Lida to P2. And then Addison Iannello to P3 for the moment with all this chaos going on. Here they come out of the final corner across the line. Halfway this time by as they come across. And Colin Evans and Riley Davis. Well, Colin Evans dropped back 2 spots. Riley Davis now the car in 5th position. 1.9 seconds back. So got a little work to do, but enough if these 4 continue battling. Riley Davis and Ethan Bowles can join this mix.
Right now, this mixture of drivers keeps on squabbling. Same for the 5th on back battle with Davis and Bowl. You mentioned they just will not calm down back there right now. But here we go for the race lead. Lida wants it. Lida looking to take it. Does through the corner.
How about that? Benjamin Lida finally recovers to take back the race lead here today, and he is going to try to maintain as here comes Braden Heber as he tries to work his way up through a tap of the helmet further back from some other drivers as they try to find a way to close the gap.
Just try to use the hand signals to say stay in line to work together if they want a true shot at the race. Heber right now has it plotted out once again to try and build up a run for the next couple minutes. Under 4 minutes to go on the clock right now. And I think at this point, we both know Heber has the kart to try and do it. It's the matter of When does he want to do it?
It absolutely is. It's just a matter of seeing how they will be able to play this out here. Heber could definitely pull something off here in the closing laps, but also he's got to worry about Iannello and Schroeder to see if they try to pull something in the final couple of corners.
Yes, indeed. Right now, 3.5 minutes to work with as it looks like a poke out from Schroeder. Schroeder had been bouncing around a fair bit in the seat coming around to turn 11. Still can't help out Iannello to be able to close up that gap, it seems like. The top two are working a lot better than the third and fourth place group.
Here they come, and it's Heber is trying to get a good run. Throw in Iannello and Schroeder. Schroeder's going to lose a little bit of ground right now on to Iannello, but can keep it going for the moment as they enter into turn 4 and 5 with under 3 minutes to go.
Time ticking away right now once again. Just tick, tick, tick goes the clock, right? But tick, tick, tick goes the level of patience. And how long that level of patience lasts in a race like this. Right now, Heber just waiting and plotting. But I think Iannello's patience might be starting to run thin there. Schroeder just cannot help him.
It's only a matter of time before we see when it goes boom for one of these competitors as they work their way down across the front straightaway into turn number 1. It's going to be critical to see who will survive as they head on down into turn 2. Ethan Bowles also on the move right now. Same thing with Chase Adams a little further back, but they are putting on a stellar run here as they try to get into the top 10 further. And now here comes Heber. He's trying to close the gap. He's lost about a kart length on Benjamin Lida, but trying everything he can to stay up with the task to win here.
They've really made it and limited the amount of variables down to just 2 amongst these karts up in front. Now it's the question, when does Heber want to go? And I think that go sign has to come with under 2 laps to go, obviously. But Heber keeps on looking at the backdrop right now, just trying to make sure where Iannello and Schroeder is. As Schroeder still cannot find a way to the bumper. In fact, looking to try and leapfrog for third.
And he's trying, but so far, Schroeder does get the position ahead of Iannello for third. Great pass right there by Schroeder. As he will now try to work with Iannello to pull away from the competition and see if they can close that gap back to Heber and Lida.
Especially with how things are going out right now. I think he could take third and fourth out of the conversation for the race win. Schroeder just right now needs a miracle to be able to close back up this deficit right now with how things are going. They've gone the wrong way in terms of the speed barometer amongst those two right now. Lida just maintains the rhythm up in front for the time being, though still coming up about looking like a 3 lap to go mark here.
It looking to be 3 laps to go indeed there, Justin, as they come across the line under 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go. Lida just being smooth and patient. Heber may try to wait till that last lap like we saw in the previous race in the junior race. So this could get interesting for the moment as they come around into turn number 4 and 5. Great battle.
Some great battling amongst these two. They've kept it respectful amongst these two this entire race once again. But now, when do they go? I know I keep repeating that question, but that's the mindset that has to keep on repeating in the mind of Heber. He wants a true chance to be able to make this race win.
Keeping an eye on the competition as they work their way through. So far, so good. Heber has the chance maybe coming to get the 2 lap to go signal as we catch a little bit further back with the drivers of Riley Davis, Ethan Bowles and company.
Still 2 laps to go though. And Heber this time providing a lot of pushing and a lot of pressure on Lida. Is this the time to go? Lida's starting to play a little bit defensive, but not aggressive defensive.
He's being aggressive, but not pushing the envelope to where he will make the pass here as they come through the middle of the corner. And now as they come through up to the top of the hill, there's a little bit of breathing room between him and Lida as they crest over. It's about 3 to 4 kart lengths.
Right now, that gap is increasing at the right time right now for Lyda. Now, does Heber have enough to close that back up? Yes, is the answer. Already able to close it immediately through 9 and 10. As they come up to the white flag here, looking at the air group. No moves going on back there yet, but here comes a move up front for the race lead coming to the white.
How about Heber taking over the race lead? This could be incredible to see how this plays out for them as they work their way across into turn 2 and 3. So far, Lyda tries to get a good run, can't make it work. Will he try something as we see Heber white line, but here comes Lyda to the bottom of the racetrack, and he will clear Heber for the race lead for the moment as he tries to cross over. Schroeder and Iannello closing in as well as they see the two battling for the race lead.
Lose a bit of ground on the track, but now they make it up down the straightaway. Hebert having to go to the inside. Defensive line from Lyda. Lyda trying to hold on. Hebert trying to set up the cross. Had the check up though.
This could be what costs Heber the win. He's got to try something out of turn number 12. He's going to get a toe enough maybe to have a shot. Could we see another photo finish here at MCC? Out of the final corner, checkered flag, a drag race between Heber and Lyda. And across the line, Benjamin Lyda will win against Braden Heber, Wes Schroeder, Addison Iannello, your top 4, and Riley Davis finishes in 5th. Chase Adams, 6th. Holiday, Evans will round out your top 8.
How about that? Absolutely, in terms of that finish. Lyda and Hebert putting on a stellar finish. Hebert waiting for the last lap to do it. Almost had it timed up right, but it left the opportunity open for a crossover.
Absolutely incredible fight here. We see Shane Hambrick, Gavin Degenhardt, Ethan Boll, Mitchell Lowry, and Ethan Collins, the last drivers left in the race. But next up is your 206 Cadets. They're next to join on the docket, and you'll catch all the action live here on Kart Chaser.
The whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. It is time for your 206 cadets on the pole. William Richards, followed by Edward Kloecker. Jason Bathan, followed by Gunnar Begoon. Drew Schneider and Colton Hoops and Caden Tracy rounds out your top 7.
Remember, it came down to some interesting racing before. This was the previous grid, but the cadets ready to put on an interesting show, especially when it comes to what we see with Richard and Kloecker going back and forth. Richard playing extremely defensive lines, trying to hold on to the race lead. Does that work this time over the course of 10 minutes? We'll have to see.
About to find out here in a few moments as the field works their way through. Richard, can he hold strong for these next few minutes as they come out of the final corners? It's going to be exciting. Him and Kloecker were the ones to watch here in race in the pre-final.
Time to see what will happen here is the big question again. Some excitement so far amongst this group. Second, seeing a lot of squabbling as well amongst those drivers. Just all set to go for the tram lines.
Everything looks smooth and clean. Everyone's in their tram lines, set to go. And away we go racing once again. And already, William Richard and Edward Kloecker lead the charge, heading, and it's not clear. Not clear at all. We're going to try again.
They never slowed down. They never slowed down there.
Nope. Got to slow it down, guys. We'll get your racing, and we promise.
You can see the signal slow down, slow down, slow down, and they just drove through the stop sign, basically. So they're going to have to do this again.
Well, we'll re-rack them and restack them and try this again here. And hopefully everything will go smoothly and we can do this again.
But it shows the eagerness of this field to be able to get to racing, right? Especially with these youngsters. They want to go to battle quickly. These are 7 to 12-year-olds, after all, that are looking to do battle, pardon me, and be able to battle around this racetrack.
Absolutely, and they're ready to fight and take this win here and hopefully have a chance of having a good finish here today, as they're having a little bit of some issues right there trying to sort out the field.
Yeah, not sure what's going on here. Some arms are raised and a lot of confusion and a lot of signals and discussions on what's going on here. I'm not sure what's the plan here, as Richard's no longer leading the queue.
No, it's not the case here. We're going to see who is going to be leading the queue, trying to catch the number. It's that red cart now. 612, I believe. So that might be Bathan. So what they might have done is they've removed the first row and moved them back a row. And they stopped the field, so they're going to try to reorganize and try this again.
Trying to resort out the discussions as they're now being told, please gather up, close on up, as this is going to be a bit messy here to gather this up for this grouping. They are not close to ready once again.
Nope, they're going to go around one more time, so we'll just, as Case and Batham, Gunnar Begoon will lead us to the green, and officials are trying to see what's going on here for the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can see they're kind of trying to communicate, trying to figure out what's going on here, what's going to happen for the start here. Several of the karts just sit in turn 12 and watch over with the official there. You've seen a few drivers wondering what's going on as well. We'll see what their situation is here for this group. And here come the other two after all that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, well, we'll just go on standby till we get the all clear from what's going on with officials there, Justin.
Yes, indeed. We'll let them get sorted out here as the rest of the field rejoins them. Giving some instruction. And it looks like they're being told go towards the front. And everyone else is now being told to go and follow. And some people aren't going. Okay, there we go. Looks like now we're sorted.
Well, we'll try this again.
Oh, and they're not even close to gathered up again. And so, red flag, I believe now. If I'm looking at the signals right, that's now 2 or 3 straight starts with an issue here.
Absolutely. So we'll try to find out what's going on with the race officials from our people who are there at the track and see what's up. So they're going to try and get the starting order figured out, and once they do, we'll hopefully get back to racing, Justin.
Get sorted out right now. The officials just discussing things right now on what they need to sort out for these drivers. Let them do that.
All right, well, it looks like we might have gotten everything organized. So we'll see what happens here. To be determined, Justin.
Yeah, this is weird in terms of the sequence. Usually we don't see this type of confusion here. It looks like they've now, after having everything sorted out here, lined up how I think they're supposed to be here for this start. And here we go. They've now brought out more officials to control the tram lines and get themselves ready to go here.
Let's see what happens here as they work into the tram line. Do we get a green? Yes, we do. And away we go.
And an interesting start. Bethune and Begoon started up front. As now already Richard putting on the power to try and pull his way forward here in this group.
Absolutely. Richard is trying to pull away as he leads the charge once again. He's got help right behind him from Edward Kloecker as well. Drew Schneider also in the hunt as well as they work their way through with Bethune and Begoon in 4th and 5th as they crest over the top of the hill. But for William Richard and Edward Kloecker, they are leading the charge here as Kloecker looks to the inside.
Poking around and getting still in the line as they try and sort each other out. The top two made it quick, and now more hand signals amongst the front runners here as Richard having to play around with the pop valve. This is going to cost him the lead.
It really is here. This is going to be interesting to see what Richard and Kloecker can do now as those two will do battle nose to tail as they come through turn number 2. Here comes Richards with a big run as he made that adjustment to see if that'll help him. And now as they head into turn 3 and 4, Kloecker is going to pull away by about a kart length over Edwards, goes a little wide, opens the door for Richards to try and see what he can do.
Still working in the line, still trying to sort themselves together right now, trying to play things out. No, Richard likes to be uber defensive. Can he be uber aggressive? He is. He peels Kloecker off the bottom to take the lead.
Great pass right there by Richard. This could bring in Drew Schneider into the hunt as well. Actually, that's Kaysen Bethune. Bethune right there in the 3rd spot, so this is going to get exciting. Kaysen right there in the hunt as we watch them come across the line here. And so far, it's some really good fights for the position as they work their way through. And then you got Gunnar Begoon right there battling with Drew Schneider.
This field all sorts of scrambled out here in terms of the lineup and the order right now, to say the very least, but still about 7.5 minutes to go. These top two looking to run. Good job, though, from Bethune to keep up here in the 6:12. A little bit of a different pace set from the initial race of the day in the pre-final.
Absolutely, as the field works their way through around the circuit here. It's going to be exciting to see how this all plays out amongst them as we see Kloecker start to pull away further and further from the competition. And William Richards is losing a little bit of ground. He's got help, though, from Kaysen Bethune coming in and helping him out.
Bethune trying to close on up right now. Gets within 2 kart lengths. Under 7 minutes to go on the clock. Still plenty of time to race it out amongst these drivers right now. We'll see what happens here with Richard starting to lose ground to the front runner.
He's actually about to lose position to Kaysen Bethune as well, who's trying to find his way possibly up into that 3rd or 2nd position. But now we see Richards now get himself back underway and now tries to see if he can set his sights on Kloecker. We'll see what the lap times are next time by between the two of them, but he is starting to try to close that gap for a chance of the win.
Issues there for Tracy, and again, you see in the backdrop, but all of them trying to race each other out right now. Big boost once again for Richard. Still with 6 minutes to work with. You see some of the others, how they've raced things out for the time being as they continue to work their way around the racetrack here, back along to the front straightaway.
For those of you who are watching, yes, timing and scoring is not correct. We'll hopefully try to have that fixed here once we go back racing, or when we continue our racing here today, but it is still Edward Kloecker, William Richard, Kaysen Bethune, then you have Gunnar Begoon and Drew Schneider, then finally you have Colton Hoops and Caden Tracy, your top 7, as they're actually closing in on Tracy to put him a lap down.
And Kaysen, mind you, someone who also races at Newcastle, has made some starts over there. He's also made some starts over at Wilmington, Raceway Park. A lot of experience across different racetracks across the state of Ohio. And right now has stayed at least in the conversation amongst your top 3 of the racetrack.
Absolutely, here as they put on a good showing here as they cross over through the front straightaway. We pick up our race leader of Kloecker and Richards. Richard actually not too long ago set the fastest lap, but Kloecker set the fastest lap last time by about 0.2 of a second. So that's going to change things up a little bit between the two of them as they work their way up. And Richards got to find a way to try to make up ground as they catch up to Caden Tracy to put him a lap down.
Yes, indeed, at the moment. So here comes the squabbling. Here comes the send. Richard gets to the left side of the racetrack, to his left. Makes the move through the traffic. Kalecker also now to second spot in the midst of that. More squabbling again amongst your front runners.
It is some great squabbling, but Richard will now take over the race lead. Kloecker moves back to second now as Kaysen and Gunnar try to see if they can do anything. Kaysen Bathan now tries to see if he can get around the lap traffic of Caden Tracy, and it's not going to work just yet. Trouble, though, for Kloecker. He loops it around in turn number 1.
Rough moment, and he's stuck in the grass. 200 kart having to jump on out there and try and push. They are going to try and push him back onto the racetrack. And now, more signals as they carry the kart into an angle to be able to get back fired up.
They're going to try to fire him back up as quickly as possible, but a tough break for the driver of Edward Kloecker, one of your front runners, now out of contention of the race win.
That straight up leaves Richard on his lonesome with about 3 minutes to work with. All he needs to do is not make any major mistakes, and he can drive himself towards the checkered. What a swing of events. Lap traffic bunches things up, and then the mistakes start to build up.
But meanwhile, William Richard will continue on his way, leading the charge for the moment. He has a significant gap over Kaysen Batham at the time, with Drew Schneider in third. And you got Gunnar Bagoon and Caden Tracy rounding out the rest of the field.
Yeah, now it's a question of what's going to happen for everybody else right now. Thune still comfortable right now by him. Bare margin of 7 seconds, I believe, over Bagoon. For the time being, them still going to have a chance for one of his best runs of the season here.
As we watch on here and see what happens with William Richard, he will continue on with his dominant run for the day, as he has no issues whatsoever, no pressure even, as there you see the 612 of Kaysen Batham right there in second, as the Bandit comes across the line, and he will put another lap on the board. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and we'll say Richard again. First race had to be uber aggressive defensively. This race, a lot more calmer, a lot more to be able to work forward. Had to be more on the aggressive, actually. Now gets the chance to have it a lot more calmer. Just has to be able to nail the laps, lap after lap, to be able to keep the pace together here. 13 seconds between second and third, believe, on the racetrack. That's how much things have really spread apart here, as Richard has just tried to put together fast lap after fast lap.
Keeping an eye here, and we'll see what the gap is between Richards and Kaysen as they come out of the final corner. There is Kaysen right now. Gunnar Bagoon right not too far behind, as let's now see who is next in line a little further back. That's the 24 machine of Gunnar Bagoon right there. We did see the 11 of Drew Schneider also, so he's moved up to P3. So that is your top three: Richards, Bethune, Schneider. Then you have Bagoon right there in fourth position.
Absolutely. Still less than 45 seconds to go on this clock, too. And it's been a race with a lot of twists and turns, Taylor, to say the very least. I don't think this race went any way we expected to go, as more spins this time for Tracy.
Tough break for Caden Tracy as he will drop back, and here comes William Richard to put him another lap down here.
Yeah, Richard, experience in Cup Karts competition. He's been doing great throughout this entire run here today. Down to the final seconds on the clock, down to 2 laps to go next time by to close this up.
William Richards will continue on with a great run heading down into turn 3 and 4. No pressure whatsoever, just continues to hit his marks, log laps, and it's his race to lose, as the Bandit will continue on with a run up through the top of the hill. He will go as he will make his way around this 3/4 of a mile and MCC National Circuit, the short edition, as they work their way through, and now coming into turn number 10 and 11. He's putting on a good run through here, holds his line, just significantly smooth, no pressure. When you do that, you have a good showing here today.
Absolutely. Still, it looks pristinely calm, we'll say, when you have a gap like this. Extremely calm, extremely quiet, almost too quiet, but sometimes you just let the race come the way you need it to go. In this case, Richard had the race fall into his lap the way it needed to go.
Absolutely, as we watch the field work their way around, and so far just going to hit their marks. And so far, no pressure. As trouble for another driver further back. That probably was Caden Tracy once again, the 105. As here comes the driver of William Richard through the final couple of corners. White flag for him next time by.
Still needs to be able to nail through 12 more corners. No problems. Boone having a stellar run, still holding on to second as things get sorted out on the board here. Final time around.
William Richards leading the charge here. Kaysen Bethune by 5 seconds is his advantage over Kaysen. Then you have, of course, the driver of Gunnar Bagoon in third, possibly, if not pipe, he actually drew Schneider in third by the looks of it on our end. Caden Tracy, of course, a lap down, and the rest of the field as Gunnar Bagoon will be in fourth. Edward Kloecker recovering to a fifth position by the looks of it. Colton Hoops in sixth as we pick up William Richard coming around the circuit here as he is set to capture the flag here at MCC for your 206 cadets and automatically ready to try and have a shot of the championship here this weekend as he comes through the final couple of corners. The Bandit strikes again as he wins at MCC.
A dominating run for Richard in this one at the very end after Koecker's issues. But Bethune, and again, it's Snyder who's able to take the third step on the podium, beat the scoring. What a race, to say the very least, Taylor. That mistake by Kloecker really opened things up.
It really did, and now we'll have to see what Kloecker can do for tomorrow as here comes Kloecker around Caden Tracy. Tough break for him. I'm sure he's going to be going back to the drawing board. He comes back to fourth position, so a good recovery for him, but still, when he could have had a shot of a podium or winning the race, this is tough for him.
Absolutely in this case, but what a race once again. But hey, we still have about 5 more classes to go on the day, Taylor.
We certainly do. We're going to step aside right quick, take a quick commercial break. Next on the docket, it's time for KA time, as the KA Masters are next here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship with the KA100 Masters Finals. It's the Kutcher brothers on the front row, followed by Paul Meese, Greg Leahy in row number 2, Damian and Neil Hamilton in row 3, Jared Tracy, Wesley Meyer in row 4, and rounding out your top 10 is Mike Doty and Tyler Abel.
And another fun field yet again lined up here. The Kutcher brothers put on a stellar show up front. Here we go. The green flag is out. We're underway. As already Andy and Chris duke it out in towards turn 2.
Here they go, nose to tail, as Andy and Chris will lead the charge. And you got Paul Meese right behind them, Greg Leahy, and now here comes Andy Kutcher trying to show the nose, thinks better of it. He'll stay tucked up behind as Paul Meese tries to fight his way through into the third spot and keep pace with the Kutcher brothers.
Still trying to stay aligned. The Sturds trying to stay locked up together right now. Meese, remember, had some mistakes that ended up costing him the chance to stay locked up together that time. This time, looking a lot more cleaner in regards to that regard for the first lap.
Field works their way around, and so far so good amongst the field as they try and battle it out amongst themselves as they work up through the front straightaway. And already, how about the run across the start-finish line? And already, Chris and Andy Kutcher, Paul Meese have checked out by a significant margin. Your top 4 separated by less than a second.
Yeah, much more closer to start off this race. The Kutcher brothers ran away pretty quickly in the first one earlier today in the pre-final. This time, Meese, Leahy, and company keeping things a lot more closer, a lot more interesting at least. But right now, Chris is just trying to see if he can take off, if anything, with how he's been able to pace himself so far.
He's going to try and pace himself here to this, and these two working together have already broken away by a significant margin from the rest of the field. Meese is trying to see what he can do, but Leahy and Jennings falling off the pace as the Kutcher brothers line up nose to tail to start to pull away from the competition.
Starting to see signals there that time by. Bit of a wave actually from Andy. And the top 2 getting the wave bye-bye to the rest of the field. How about that boost? More than a second already for the top 2 from the rest of the field.
So far, so good. And now as we watch on a little further back, you have Damian Jennings along with Greg Leahy, Neil Hamilton battling for positions as well, as Meese is starting to fall further and further behind amongst your top 2. As Meese goes off the track a little bit, opens the door for Greg Leahy.
I believe that's the same spot that we've seen that earlier on. Through that same course portion of the track through turn 7. Now, that's going to open things back up for some of the others. The 275, Jennings moving up some spots. Meese having those issues. The top 2 get a bigger buffer because of that mistake.
That buffer, though, starting to go further and further away now as the Kutcher brothers continue to pull away from the competition. In fact, last time by, both of them set their personal best. In fact, Andy Kutcher set the fastest lap of the race, while the field is trying to keep up, but so far that is not the case whatsoever as the two Kutcher brothers continue to just be dominating the field here today, and it's going to be just a championship race amongst themselves.
Oh, there's a big problem, though.
Uh-oh.
Chris has to reach for a pop valve. He just massively slowed down. Andy takes advantage, and Chris is now swallowed by the pack.
As the field works their way around, this could be a big change, and he is still working on that valve a little bit more to try to get himself back under control. And for, of course, the driver of Chris Kutcher, or Andy Kutcher, actually. He is by himself, no help. Leahy is trying to find his way up to the field and try to see if he can hunt down Andy Kutcher.
And what a change in the sequence, to say the very least, amongst those front runners. Now, Leahy now stays in second spot for the time being. They're going to need to figure out a way to work together to close up to Kutcher. Now Kutcher has himself a sitting duck situation. The question is that going to matter, or is the raw pace going to carry him forward?
Keeping an eye here as Kutcher is trying to hold off Leahy, now just about under a second. He's got help from Damian Jennings as those two try to work together to hunt them down, your race leader. And there you see, of course, Chris Kutcher still working a little bit on that valve by the look of it. He's still working away, trying to just fiddle with it to see if he can get what he needs before setting up for another run at the race lead, possibly. But I don't know if he has enough time to do that.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of giddy up and go, so to speak. A lot of speed to be able to close up right now. Still 5 minutes to talk about things, but my goodness. Right now, Andy Kutcher, the championship points leader, is in a great spot here to score valuable points. And Chris losing ground on his brother in a very critical time for the championship if things stay the way they are.
Here they come through as Andy Kutcher continues on, and we see Leahy and Jennings. They're trying to work together, but it seems like Jennings can't get enough of a run to go and challenge to give him that push he needs to catch up to Andy Kutcher. We'll see what the times are and the difference is when they come across the line, and those two are going to battle. Jennings goes to the round and tries to battle with Leahy for position. Can't quite make it work, and that allows Kutcher to continue to pull away by a second and a half.
Yeah, that kind of gives the emphasis on they don't know if they're going to be able to close up long term. So may as well make the pass right now and think short term rather than big picture. I mean, why not? It steps on the podium right now, and Chris Kutcher has not been able to make some moves in the background. Andy Kutcher just continuing to watch what's going on behind with the head movements. Just wondering, my goodness, how did I get this big of a cushion?
Absolutely, as the field works their way through and actually is looking forward to seeing what he can accomplish as he works his way through a couple other drivers. And so far, Andy Kutcher is out for a Saturday afternoon drive. 2.7 seconds is the gap between him and Greg Leahy, as Chris Kutcher is only a second back from this group of two.
Yeah, and if they keep on battling like that, that allows Chris to maybe still get second step on the podium. That issue before. Mies is still keeping things tight for fourth spot. I'm noticing on the racetrack, though. A lot of drivers are kicking up dirt, though, for whatever reason, out turn 6.
Much more happening here as they work their way around, and so far, Jennings is trying everything his way he can get around Leahy. So far, not going to be the case for him as they come around 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. See what the gap is as they come out of turn number 12, and it looks like Jennings is going to be able to put on a good run here. Leahy is going to sit in second. Paul Meese actually gets around Chris Kutcher for the 4th position. So more problems for Chris Kutcher by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Chris. Whatever's going on with that Kart seems to be making the speed go sour. It's very unfortunate for the 279, but that's racing. You never know what's going to end up happening. You can see the acceleration's just not there on Chris's Kart.
No, that seems to be the case. A tough break there for the driver of Chris Kutcher, as he was definitely going to be one to watch here, battling it out for the race lead with his brother Andy, and that's not going to be the case here.
It's not the first time it's happened, though. Remember, round 2, seen 192 points for Chris Kutcher, so this is the second time something's happened with his Kart in these sort of races. More squabbling for a second and error dive by Jennings.
Another dive indeed. It did not work this time, but so he's going to keep on going. This is going to bring Paul Meese into the picture here as he tries to challenge for a chance of the podium.
Yeah, he's closed up a fair bit, actually, to get to this position. Remember that 1 second for Chris? He's been able to eat out that 1 second. Remember, Meese, the reason he's back here, he had that off track in turn 7. But those drivers all line up, coming around under 90 seconds on the clock.
90 seconds left to go, and a lot of opportunities still on the board for anyone to have a mistake or continue on racing here today as they work their way around the circuit. And here they come. Paul Meese looking to have a shot at the podium. He is all over the back bumper of Jennings and Leahy, and now to the inside. Jennings tries to send it, couldn't make it work.
Meese now trying to send it inside as well. Couldn't get it alongside through turn 2. Regroups for turn 3. Of note, Chris Kutcher has put it behind the wall, Taylor. So the 279 out of the race.
Tough break there for Chris Kutcher. Of course, he will join. And now Tyler Abel. So, yeah, he will be finishing last in this race. Had to wait for Tyler Abel to make sure he was the only driver out of the race. But a tough break for Chris Kutcher. Andy Kutcher will continue to try to bring it home, though, for them as he leads the charge. 30 seconds plus 2 laps to go.
So looking like a 3-lap to go mark this time by based on the timing here. But looking still at Meese. That battle for the 3rd position about to bubble over again. How about for 2nd?
Great run right here as he tries to battle Jennings. Will now hold on. Paul Meese tries to get into the fight. He works his way trying to find the opening around Leahy.
No place to poke right now as we look towards turn 4. All to the corner they rumble right now as Meese still in the bubble spot, or rather in the popcorn spot. A bit of a clip into the grass that time, but a middle cart in the sandwich. This allowing Kutcher to just pull away more and more.
More and more of an opportunity here for Chris Kutcher as he tries to battle it out and hold on for another win here today. And he will come out on top with the victory with 2 more laps to go.
I wouldn't give him the crown yet, though. A lot can still happen in these types of races. Now, Meese now poking underneath Leahy. Now having to back up, and something's going on with Meese's car as he pulled back significantly on speed. Jennings is running away in 2nd.
He certainly is. That's going to be a big change right there for the top 3 as they work their way around. There you see the 2.97 of Paul Meese off the pace and out of the race. A tough break for him. He was on such a good run.
Yeah, had a chance at the podium, and now the car just died on him. Unreal, as that stopped him on the edge of the racetrack. Still, Kutcher off and away. Andy looking to settle things out here on the white flag lap.
One more time around for Andy Kutcher to lead us here in the KA 100 Masters race. He'll be racing later tonight in the Kart event, along with pretty much everyone else here tonight for the chance to win the Kart championship.
Absolutely at this point. What a run, to say the least, from start to finish in this race. But Andy Kutcher just about to close it out here. Some of the other karts keeping an eye on, as looks like we may have seen Meese fire it back up at least, but lose a lap in the process.
Seems to be the case here as they work their way around the circuit. And so far, so good. But for Andy Kutcher, he will come out of the final corner to capture the flag in your KA 100 Masters presented by VP Racing Fuel. And an exciting fight. And well, one driver also decides to pull off. Who was that? Was that Meese? I believe that was. He got it refired. Jennings will come home 2nd. Greg Leahy with 3rd. Neil Hamilton, Jared Tracy, Wesley Meyer, Mike Doty will round out the rest of the field.
That was a peculiar race, to say the least. Multiple different drivers with issues in the running order. But in the end, Andy Kutcher survived it all.
He certainly did, and that will wrap up your KA 100 Masters. They'll be back on for the Kart event later on tonight, as now your KA 100 Juniors are next on the docket. We'll step aside for a quick commercial break while they recover karts and check to make sure everything's good to go for racing here for your next category. That's next here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, $70?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
And we are about to go racing here for your KA100 Junior Final, and away we will go with Phillips and Gardner taking the green flag here. And Josiah Phillips in his Magic Kart will lead the charge. Isaac Gardner will work his way through. Remember about Homer Heyman, he had an issue in the pre-final event earlier today. He's looking forward to trying to see what he can do.
Still looking to see how the battles play out as this 5-car grouping works its way around the racetrack. Earlier today, remember, Heyman having issues with his kart. He's going to be the one to watch at the tail. Phillips, remember, took advantage with that on the final lap, and now they are still slowing down. They have to restart.
Yep. Restart indeed for them, so tough break, but we'll try again.
Hopefully it's not like the last time, but still have a lot of time to be able to plan things out for this field. You don't want to get over jumpy when it comes to these starts here today.
Nope, so we'll try again here this time by to see if anything works out, and hopefully we can get a clean green flag.
Just about ready to go. Looks like this time trying to make sure they slow down even more in this situation. Just a lot more in this regard. Green flag is out. This time it looks like the green will stick.
Green will stick this time by, and already Josiah Phillips and Caleb Tracy lead the charge here as we watch them work their way around. Isaac Gardner drops back to P3, but the Magic Kart leads the charge. Homer Heyman already up a spot to 4th.
And now we'll have to see how far that kart gets. Heyman going to be the star of the show, I would argue. The chance he has to be able to pounce and be able to boost his way through the field. Already the battle for the race lead is on.
Already these two do battle as Homer Heyman. By the looks of it, I'm looking to see if that's the case. If they get a little too close for comfort right there, that is Homer Heyman who is going to try. Nope, that's the 8. Is that the 834? I could not quite tell. We'll see when they come across the line. But that is Homer Heyman who will lead the opening lap. So from last to first in less than a lap. How about that? Josiah Phillips and Isaac Gardner round out your top 3.
And that only took a lap. Imagine for some of these races later today in the Cartoline event, how that's going to go. It's been an interesting day, to say the least, from drivers trying to go back to front. Heyman's just got another gear in that Kart.
He certainly does. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, he should be fine. And we'll see. Josiah Phillips sits comfortably in second, Gardner in third. And then you got Tracy and Batshun, who are falling off the pace quite a ways from the rest of the field.
Yes, indeed, right now. And remember, things were pretty relatively calm. You can see at this point the drivers in second and third are like, maybe just trying to be more aerodynamic, trying to see if the draft's going to help them here. The problem is that 834's just got that raw pace just dialed in.
Certainly does, and he has really just dialed it in and starting to pull away by over half a second from the second place, and he's going to continue to grow that lead.
Growing the margin more and more. Each lap, this is unbelievable pace from that 834. But Phillips and Gardner might be a decent battle building up pretty soon.
Good little fight here as they work their way out through the middle of the corner and coming out of turn number 12. Homer Heyman, he continues to pull away from the competition. Josiah Phillips is now having to deal with some pressure from Isaac Gardner, but it's now over a second between your top two.
Absolutely at this point. Just growing the gap inch by inch, bit by bit, straightaway by straightaway at this point. Very curious if Gardner finds a way to poke around in this race on Phillips, though. You can see how those two are starting to battle it out for second.
Phillips trying to hold off a hard-charging Isaac Gardner, who is trying to put the pressure on and make it a 1-2 Kart Republic Trinity karting group. And now, so far, as they work their way around the circuit, so far, so good between the two of them.
Absolutely. See the battle for second really closed up. Gardner thought about a poke, didn't take the poke yet for second spot.
No, he did not, so he's going to have to try again here. Gardner back on the hunt to see what he can accomplish as they work their way through the field.
Impressive right now in the terms of the racing so far, but still a lot of time to be able to try and work things out as a unit. About 5-6 minutes to go still on that clock. Plenty of time for Gardner to try and do something in this fight for second.
He's going to try to push the envelope between him and Josiah, but the thing is, as he bobbles off just a little bit right there, that's going to cost him some valuable seconds between him and Josiah Phillips.
Absolutely right now, that's going to take a little bit to regroup here. Taylor, at this point, as a driver, you have to be able to stay laser focused without letting the mistakes dwell on you. At this point, Gardner, I don't think is letting the mistakes dwell on him. He's already back within an extra kart length. Going to just take that extra little bit of time to close up for second.
Absolutely here. He's going to make a big run here as they crest over the top of the hill. Here comes Isaac Gardner as they work their way into turn 8 and 9 and 10. As Homer Heyman continues to pull away by over 2 seconds.
Gardner, another one of those that got the chance in August to be in the U.S. PKS competition after all. See, even with the advantage, Heyman just trying to be aerodynamically quick. He gained 7/10 this past lap alone. The others stop bothering to try and duck down and be aerodynamic down the straightaways after what they've seen from that 834.
Yeah, Homer Heyman is just in a league of his own here today, looking to try to see if he can capitalize, maybe have a shot at the championship here. We'll see how that all plays out amongst them as they come up through 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
Still plenty of time to zip around and zip forward here at the circuit, but my goodness, that's all you can really say. How many different ways can you say it at this point? But I will say the racing throughout the day, Taylor, has been exciting. It's had some drama. It's had some various twists and turns. This race looking a lot more of the calmer variety. Remember, last time Heyman had an off track and eventually had to peel off with the bumper issue.
Yeah, so he's got to, even though he was dominant in the pre-final, you got to make no mistakes whatsoever. You don't want to have a bumper penalty to have fall off and cause more issues here today. So we'll keep an eye on the action here amongst your top three. No pressure either for Caleb Tracy or Marcus Batshun. I believe Batshun's still out on the track as he just now crossed the line. So we still have 5 karts racing, just separated by multiple seconds, 19 seconds between Caleb Tracy and Marcus Batshun. So the closest battle is one you see right here for second between Josiah Phillips and Isaac Gardner.
Of note, some of the drivers that were up towards the top of the championship, like Andrew Klein, not here today. So that's something to keep in mind for the championship conversation for tomorrow. How the drop round plays out and how the points fare out. The points themselves are going to be an interesting one for Heyman in regards to losing a lot of those points in the first race. How many points does he outscore Josiah Phillips to try and secure a championship tomorrow for the overall? It's going to hurt him for the Cartoween Championship points for the weekend, though.
It's going to hurt a little bit, but we'll see how it all plays out at the end. Just as a reminder, of course, for those of you who are wondering, for the K8 categories, it is the Masters and the Seniors who are racing. So the Juniors won't be battling it out for the Junior or for the Cartoween event, like we are going to see for the Masters and Seniors for both 206 and the KAs.
In regards to the Australian Pursuit race you're talking about.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. We'll say those races later on today. Going to be intriguing to see how quickly some of those karts go. If the 834 was in the field, it'd be a big storyline, to say the least, with how much they've charged ahead.
They certainly have. They continue to stretch out. It's now 4 seconds between your top two right now, and he is continuing to log lap after lap, fast time after fast time. He's still running within a tenth to 2/10 of a second of his fastest lap that he ran back on lap 7. In fact, this time by a 51.36 compared to everyone else, 51.8, 52.0. So he is half a second to 3/10 or over a second almost for some of these competitors.
Yeah, absolutely at this point. Second has stayed relatively the same as well. Gardner has just not been able to chip away the gap, close that gap up enough to be able to make a move. You see how big this gap is growing. It's to the point where Heyman's now up by at least 5-6 corners compared to the rest of the field.
Keeping an eye here on the competition between Phillips and Gardner, and then we pick up Caleb Tracy a little further back. So far, so good. 24 seconds plus 2 laps to go.
Yes, indeed. Expecting you to go when they come across the stripe. And now, it's the matter of just crossing the I's and dotting the T's, so to speak, for the 834 kart. With them being, on average, about near a second quicker a lap right now. It's been unbelievable. 5+ seconds up.
It's absolutely been unbelievable between the two of them, as here they come through the couple of corners left to go to get the 2 lap to go signal here for your KA 100 juniors.
There's the 2 to go signal taken easily. Phillips at this point just checking on, seeing if Gardner has been able to chip away. If anything, Phillips has been able to build back up that buffer. That's a sizable buffer as long as you don't hit the grass or anything along those lines.
Field now works their way through the field and now working up to the top of the hill to get the white flag one more time around almost for Homer Heyman, and it's going to be exciting to see how this will all play out for our competitors. And Homer Heyman will come to take the white flag. Josiah Phillips comfortably in second place. As long as he hits his marks, he will be able to get that second place on the podium.
Absolutely, at this point, blisteringly quick throughout this one. But now, just got to take the checker flag. One of the calmer races of the day. In fact, the calmest, I can argue, for this one today. No major drama outside of Heyman going from last to first in a lap. Unreal day as lap traffic is ahead.
Absolutely. As they come around, Homer Heyman is going to come around here for the final time. He started from dead last. He fought his way up to first, and he will come around to capture the flag to win in today's final action of racing here at MCC. Checkered flag in the air for Homer Heyman, who crosses the line. Marcus Batchin will finish in 5th position. And then, of course, it will be Josiah Phillips, Isaac Gardner rounding out your podium. Caleb Tracy will finish in P4.
Dominating pace, outright dominant pace, to say the very least, from the 834. What a race from Heyman.
Absolutely. We're now down to 3 more races. The multi-class race of the Miami Mini and Micro Swifts, followed by your Pro Shifters, and then wrapping up the day before we take a few minutes of break, before we get started with the Kart events, we have the Pro-Am KA100 category next here on Kart Chaser, and as we see the KA100 Junior is about to take to the track.
Like just all the micros and minis getting prepared here after some of the drivers get themselves fully cycled around here. Just getting the final checks ready, Taylor, before we go racing.
Absolutely. Everyone's trying to make sure everything's good to go. All the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and make sure everything is going to be good to go. Don't want to have any miscalculations, many misfires, or anything like that when they head out onto the track. And with that, away we go. Here is your starting lineup for today's action. It's Nick Gutowski, who is on the pole, with Alex Kutcher in 2nd, Robert Lash 3rd, Glenn Gleberman 4th, Trevor Perfetti in 5th, with Edward Kloecker rounding out your top 6 in the Miami Mini Swift. And on the Micro Swift category, it's Jackson Frank and Jack Gutowski, Wyatt Huntsberger, and Drake Williamson rounding out your top 10.
Interesting field for these two classes once again to be able to hit the racetrack. It's going to be a fun time for them. Remember, the Katowskis look comfortable, but Jack ended up losing in that drag race, the dual drag races over Jackson Frank. Nico Katowski picking up the win over Alex Kutcher in that drag race. It might be similar to that for these fields again today.
It certainly could be the case as they're getting the slowdown and telling us, hey, we got to get slow enough from here, not want to cause any issues. As they enter into the start box, we'll see if we get the clean green flag or not. And we are away, racing on as Alex Kutcher and Nico Katowski will do battle. And it looks like Katowski and his Sodi Kart will take over the race lead. And how about Robert Lash and Ben Gleberman getting around the driver of Alex Kutcher for position as here comes, looks like Robert Lash up through the field.
Interesting start with Kutcher dropping back to the third spot already. But now they look to settle on in. The other 4 karts on the track all line astern for the time being as well in their respective group. But as we continue to zip around, it's going to be interesting who makes the lunges, who makes the dives, who makes the moves in the late stages, especially in the early stages too.
Absolutely, as we give it a few seconds here to wait for your race leaders. Jackson Frank still holds on to the race lead as they come out of the final corner. Here comes Alex Kutcher with that lead for the moment, and Robert Lash will hold on to second place, Kutcher in third, and then Jackson Frank, Wyatt Huntsberger, and Jack Katowski round out your top 3 in the Micro Swift.
Yeah, the top 3 really checking out right now when it comes to the minis. And what a stellar pace once again. Start off the race, setting the pace by more than a second to build that buffer. That takes a lot of preciseness and takes a lot of squabbling from behind to build a 1 second buffer in 1 lap.
Absolutely. So we'll see how this all plays out as Katowski continues to charge his way up through the field as they come through the back half of the course. We'll hopefully get that camera to take a look at it here soon. But as they come through the final couple of corners, 8 minutes plus 17 or 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go. And here comes Katowski with Lash and Kutcher right there behind. And Lash has been having a bit of a good run. In fact, this time by, he sets fastest lap of the race. He is all over the back bumper of Nico Katowski.
Yeah, providing a ton of pressure to the back end for the time being, but no lunges yet, no moves quite yet. Still under 8 minutes to go on the clock. Still plenty of time to do it. Just not close enough if he realistically wants to make the pass right now.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Jackson Frank, Wyatt Huntsberger, and Jack Katowski are all right there, along with Drake Williamson. They're all within a shot of each other to battle it out. In fact, your top 4 are separated by 0.4 of a second. That's how close they are here. So some great racing amongst your top 4 in class.
Still, though, the line astern working together at this point. Going to be critical to keep an eye how long this lasts in terms of this pack. Right now, Lash looking to try and find a way to peek around. Still just, all you can do is stay in a rhythm and work together.
Hit your marks. Don't try to push the envelope too much this early on in the race, and we should have a good fight here. And maybe if somebody makes a mistake, they will be able to work their way through.
Absolutely, at this point, as they work their way through the third sector right now. That third sector going to be a wild time in the next few minutes or so. See how wild it's going to get down there. You see, Lash this time lost a lot of ground at the moment.
He falls into the clutches of Alex Kutcher right there, and Kutcher will push him back up to Katowski. That will help them out quite a bit as they continue to pull away. Gleberman 5 seconds back from this battle. He's got Trevor Perfetti and Edward Kloecker right there behind, not too far, but still not enough to make up ground on your top 3.
I was wondering, by the way, Frank to the back end of the micros right now. Jack Katowski up at the front of the minis right now. There's a look at some of those minis right there in a line. So something happened to Frank in the early steps of this race. Going to lose that ground on the racetrack and put himself back at the back of the field once more.
Keeping an eye here on the competition throughout the field right now. They're still working their way through. Out of the final corner, here they come. Nico Katowski has stretched it out to about 2 to 3 kart lanes over Robert Lash and Alex Kutcher as those two try to draft together and hunt down your race leader. Last time by, it was Katowski who was quite a bit faster.
Just a touch bit right now. right now Katowski just trying to build a buffer, and we know Katowski does have some speed to be able to try and run away with what we've seen in the minis over time. Kutscher, though, eventually you'd have to think if they're losing this much ground, has to go for a pass.
Gonna have to, as they try to work their way around. Under 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Katowski, Lash, and Kutscher, your top three. Kutscher trying to work his way out of a chance to maybe get up to the race lead. As Katowski, as here you see, Alex Kutscher up to second with that pass that he was able to get around Robert Lash.
Not a surprise. They lost more than a second. Have to go at that point as we see the rest of the drivers and how they're sorted out on the racetrack. Right now, in terms of the micros, Jack Katowski holding on. Huntbarger and Williamson stay in the choo-choo train. A few seconds back of that for the time being, as right now, things look settled out for some, not so much for others.
Working their way around the circuit here. We're going to see how well Kutscher can do, but here comes Katowski and Lash. They're going to try to work nose to tail once again as they come through the final couple of corners. There you see Kutscher still has a good advantage. He's got to try to close the gap, though. Last time by, he was 0.2 faster than Nick Katowski, so he could have a shot of chasing down your race leader in the closing minutes.
Great shot at that at this point. Seeing how some of the other packs are faring out right now. I believe you have Perfetti, Kalecker, amongst those grouped together still. Close to each other, should say. Also have the grouping going on when it comes to the micros. A lot of these drivers just trying to sort out what they can do at this point to be able to plot and plan for the final stages of this race with 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes to go. Katowski still holding strong for the moment. Kutscher trying to hunt him down. Gleberman's holding strong in his group of three as here they come out of the final corner with just 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go for them. And so far, so good amongst the field.
So far, so calm, but not so much yet. Gleberman still feeling some pressure from Perfetti. In fact, that's Perfetti on Gleberman at the moment. Now we look to settle things forward here for the rest of the groupings as we close in the final few laps here.
A little bit of a battling further back. We're watching on here screen. It's, I believe, 42 of Jackson Frank, Drake Williamson, and Wyatt Huntsbarger.
Believe so, and you see some of the signals in this pack right now. Some of the drivers losing ground in big time. And it's so difficult to maintain a rhythm. Make sure, even when you're making the signals, you don't just lose yourself 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second in one corner. It can be a challenge when it comes to all things to be able to keep well-sorted communication-wise. Here's Perfetti, Gleberman, Kalecker, and more, all sorting themselves out. Gleberman is up to 4th now. Perfetti has dropped to 7th.
Yeah, tough break for Perfetti. We'll see if he's able to find his way to recover here momentarily, but so far, no good for him at the moment as they work their way around the circuit.
This pack seems to be ever more intriguing with how they've been able to squabble and fight around so far amongst these spots. Just every single time the order's been different in amongst these 4 karts in this line. And I don't know if that's going to stay relatively the same towards the end or not, but you can see that big difference between them and the rest of the field. Lash is out of range. Kutscher has not been able to close up the range, still 1.1 seconds back.
He's going to try everything he can right here in the closing minutes as they work their way around the circuit. Close racing action as Jack Katowski has broken into the top 5.
One of the karts having issues, that is Perfetti, who had to peel on into the pit lane right in front of the micros. Speaking of the micros right now, at the moment, Huntsbarger is in the lead. Williamson and Frank Munster's Jack Katowski rather in the lead by a sizable bit. It's been a wild one for those drivers in the single-digit numbers. To say the very least, you've fallen on the ticker so far.
as we watch on and see all this play out. They're coming to get the 2 lap to go signal here in a few short minutes, or seconds actually, as they work their way across. And did they get the 2 to go? I don't know if they did or didn't. It's 3 laps to go for them.
They got it by about a second, it looked like they're on the board. We'll see what they show next time by to confirm. But Nico Katowski coming up razor thin on the margins in that moment. Some of the other packs, you see how they're racing about. How about some sense to the inside? Once again, making the pass in turn 2.
Here they come through the field right now, and as they work their way up through the back half of the circuit, we'll watch these drivers work their way on through. Wyatt Huntsberger, Drake Williamson, and Jackson Frank. But for Nico Katowski, no one has been able to come close to him in this battle as they come around here. One for the 2 to go signal this time by. 2 laps to go, and actually that's Alex Kutcher right there in the hunt. We got to watch this battle as Kutcher has caught up to Nico Katowski. We'll try to get our cameras on that here momentarily as they're approaching turns 2 and 3 as they are really putting on a fight for the race lead.
Yeah, that was close for a moment between Kutcher and Katowski, and that took basically this entire run for them to close up here. Still keeping an eye on some of the air packs at the moment. It's Williamson over Huntsberger from that previous battle, by the way. Frank is also in this. This is second step on the micro podium.
Absolutely here, a good fight for the micro podium, but we gotta watch this battle for your mini Swift race win as we see Nico Katowski and Alex Kutcher putting on a fabulous fight for the race lead. Let's see if we can get the other camera looking here over at this battle for the race lead in 192 and the 178. And as they come around here across the start-finish line, they just crossed it to get the white flag one more time around.
Final time around here as we take a look at them. Kutcher right now works his way down the straightaway, down by 2 to 3 kart lengths to Katowski. Katowski looking dialed in for the final sectors. Through to sector 2, has the gap he needs.
He's got it all tapped out right now for the moment. He's going to try to charge his way up to the top of the hill for the final time as they crest down towards turn 10 and 11. He's got a shot to maybe see if he can set something up. We'll see if they drag race out of the final corner between Kutcher and Nico Katowski. Waiting for the few final seconds here as they come through the middle of the final couple of corners as they approach turn number 12. Here they come. Nico Katowski looking to capture the flag here in your Mini Swift category. Second will be Alex Kutcher, followed by Robert Lash, rounding out your podium. Ben Gleberman should be next in 4th overall before we see Jack Katowski winning in micro. There's Jack right there behind in his Sodi kart. Across the line, we will see Jack Katowski recover to finish 5th overall, winning the micro Swift category.
Not bad at all in terms of this race. The Katowski is getting the sweep this time around. Katowski is going to be extremely happy with how this day ended for the final. Just about got the full sweep as well earlier on in the pre-final. And remember, Larry Pegram was able to pull away a fair bit for the mid-run. Started losing the ground at the end of the long run. Lowry started to chip away the gap towards the end of the race. Does that happen again here, or does Lowry maintain the long run pace that he showed flashes of, or better yet, does Larry find himself that long run pace to be able to run away with there being 10 laps on the board, or 10 minutes, should say. Should be an interesting time as we get ready for the lights to flash on and off for these drivers. And already we'll see what Larry does. Remember as well, Riley, she had the issues in the previous race. Going to need to recover from those, as already a couple drivers having some slow starts. And might have hit the barrier, yes. Mitchell Lowry has jumped out of the cart and has jumped over the fence. An interesting swing of things, to say the very least, right now amongst these drivers. But hey, you never know what's going to happen. But at this point, Lowry, at this point, just waiting in the forest and watching along as the rest of these drivers close out their runs here for the day. Board reading about 7 minutes to work with here at the moment. As Riley Pegram, by the way, great recovery so far, Taylor, up to third in her shifter car. You see, by the way, the Kart has been moved to the other side of the racetrack for Lowry, so out of harm's way on the exit of turn 7. It's no longer going to be a factor there, as now believe they get things sorted out here. So, not bad, not completely noticeable though for Larry. He's up by 6 seconds after O'Reilly up to second.
Briefly when we were on that shot, but yeah, Larry Pegram just out there in no man's land, going to keep on logging laps, has a 6-second advantage over his daughter, Riley Pegram.
how they're working their way around the racetrack at the moment. More karts having issues. There's a lot of people having issues this run.
Absolutely. Seeing who else is going to have issues as they continue to log laps around the circuit. Larry Pegram, as he crosses the line, let's see what the gap is between him and his daughter, Riley, who's picked up 7 spots. About 6.7 seconds.
Now, I think it kind of emphasizes what we've seen throughout the season for some of these drivers. Pegrams, the ones you have to drive through if you want to be able to make your way to the championship. And so far, Larry and Riley, they've been dialed in when they've gotten their karts to Cape on the racetrack today.
Keeping an eye here on your top 3 as they work their way through, and a couple of drivers falling off the docket. Doug Duff drops back a couple of spots. Tyler Abel, Jeff Carroll. I believe Gabriel Holen is another driver who is off the racetrack as well. He is now 3 laps down from your race leader. So 2 cars out of the race. As there you see Larry Pegram come across the line and continue on with his charge. Riley Pegram 6.5 seconds back.
Still a lot of time to work with here on the clock, I believe, at the moment here. So a lot to sort out amongst these drivers. Still remember, one more class after this in the KA100 Pro-Am 2. And then we do the Halloween event. That should be an interesting time to end off the day here today as a lot of lap traffic works its way around the racetrack and starts to battle each other.
Absolutely, as we're trying to keep track of all the other battles that may be happening on the race circuit. Jeff Carroll was able to get around Tyler Abel for position to move him up to P6 as we pick up Riley Pegram. And Larry Pegram is over there. And we have here, that's Jeff Carroll and Tyler Abel maybe? Yeah, that's his, because here comes Larry Pegram on closing in.
Those two zipping on by each other just recently. Carroll and Abel swapping spots. So there are battles starting to form up. Under 4 minutes to go on the clock.
4 minutes left to go here as they work their way around the circuit, plus the 2 additional laps. So good racing so far, a little bit outside the top 5. As Jeff Lyda sits comfortably on the podium. Here they come as Larry Pegram will easily negotiate around Tyler Abel and Jeff Carroll. Carroll gets the spot ahead of Carroll gets the spot ahead of Abel, I should say, for the time being. And will continue on his way. Doug Duff moves up the spot as well as Jeff Lyda trying to see what he can do in the closing stages and see if he has a shot to hunt down Riley Pegram. So far, not the case.
No, not whatsoever right now, although Riley has closed the gap by about a second at least, to give credit to her, what she's done so far this race. Robertson and Duff still on the lead lap, by the way, still within a second of each other as well. Going to be curious who gets the upper hand out amongst those two with that separation as we continue to circulate around with under 3 minutes to go.
Larry and Riley Pegram continue to now log laps. Riley just got around the lap cars of Carroll and Abel here, and currently has picked up a second. She's now 5.2 seconds behind her dad, and now we'll try to chase him down here in the closing minutes. Not going to be enough to challenge or anything like that, but maybe see if she can pick up another second or two to close the gap.
Yeah, just to be able to see where the kart's at now for tomorrow especially, I think. To be able to see where the pace is going to be for the finale, to see how things go on the Sunday amongst them right now. So, have to keep an eye on it with under 2 minutes to work with here. It's going to get interesting on how many laps we get here. Looking like we may get close on the lap count in a couple minutes time here on the time.
So 2 minutes plus 2 laps left to go for our drivers here as they try to negotiate around the circuit. So we're looking maybe 4 to 5 laps left to go, I'd have to say.
Give or take right now. I lean towards the more the 4 than the 5. But still, it's worth noting that that battle for 4th on the interval has closed up a fair bit, about near half a track back of all this for the race leader. As we keep an eye from the flag stand, you see the clock in your left side of the screen right now with how it's going. Minute 13 to go on the clock. So
Riley's closing.
Yeah, all of a sudden it's 2.7 seconds. What's going on here?
I don't know, but either Larry, when he was battling Mitchell Lowry, ran out of steam in the pre-finals with that kart, or it could be just a situation where Riley made those needed adjustments, was able to get out there and put on make the correct adjustments to get back out there. And she is absolutely flying. She set fastest lap of the race last time by a 46.889, over about a tenth faster than her dad early on, and he set that lap on lap 4.
Yeah, and the times are flying fast right now. Looking at the straightaway, that's getting closer and closer. 2 seconds now. 3 laps to go in this race. There's a chance Riley gets there if this continues.
There is a big possibility for that to happen. Let's see what happens here in the closing laps. She's making up headway here and closing in on her dad here in the couple of laps to go. 3, 2, 1. Time has expired. We're going to see 2 laps to go next time by.
Yeah, the question's going to be, is there enough time for Riley to surprise Larry at this point? Huge question mark right now in terms of the time right now. And they come once again, looking like it closed up a little bit more yet again this lap. 1.7.
Last time by, she was 0.3 of a second faster than her dad, and she is picking it up. But the thing is, she might not have enough time. She might catch him, but I don't know if she'll pass him unless Larry makes a mistake.
Not quite sure either at this point how this is going to fare out amongst these drivers. But it's going to be close. It's going to be wild if this closes up all the way here for the final time around.
They're coming around here momentarily to get the white flag next time by for the Pegrams. Father-daughters do battle here today at MCC. And as they come through the final corner, 1 more lap to go for your race leaders. This time by, another 0.4 of a second picked up. 1.2 seconds. Can she get it under a second before they take the checkered?
I think there's a good possibility of under a second. It's not going to be enough to close up the gap, but it will be enough to make it where they're pretty close towards the checker flag in this race. Molly Pegram having a wild time closing up all this time, averaging 4, 5, 6 tenths a lap quicker compared to her father.
Going to keep an eye on them as they come through the final couple of corners here. But for Larry and Riley Pegram, this is going to be one to watch tomorrow if this is the case. As they come out of the final corner, here they come. Oh my goodness, she is all over the back bumper. Checkered flag though for Larry Pegram. It was down to 0.3 of a second.
How about that close up indeed? A significant amount of time closed up at the very end of this race. Pegrams go 1-2 on the podium in the final.
1-2 for the Pegrams, 1-2 for the Praga. And looking forward to seeing what they can do tomorrow. And she sets fastest lap on the very last lap, a 46.803. Watch out, Dad. I think Riley Pegram is going to be one to watch tomorrow.
I think so as well as the rest of the drivers cross the stripe. Robertson and Duff kept close towards the end of the race. No change amongst them towards the checker flag.
With that, as we go through a final rundown, it's Larry and Riley Pegram, your first 2 finishers, followed by Jeff Lyda, Fred Robertson in 4th, Doug Duff in 5th, Jeff Carroll will come home in 6th with Tyler Abel, your last kart, to finish in 7th. Gabriel Holan and Mitchell Lowry round out your 9-kart field. We got some karts to go out there and recover from. We'll step aside right quick, and when we come back, the final race of the day for points for the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC, before we then step aside again for the Kart-to-Win event next here on Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. Taylor Burris here with Justin Prince as we're here for the final race of the afternoon before we step aside for Halloween celebrations. Carter Thompson, Will Steele on the front row, followed by Ryan Crouch, Scott Oliver in row 2, Nikolai Dukov and Ryan Miller in row 3, with Benjamin Lida and Trevor Watson in row 4. Row 5, rounding out your top 10, is Hunter Cole and Chase Adams, followed by Rush Gary and Blade Fountain in row 6. Row 7 will see Braden Heber in 13th, with Gavin Degenhart in 14th. Billy Clune and Blake Erickson round out your eight rows of karts, 16 karts on the docket, as we see the owner of MCC as well as the TK Trinity Karting Group, Sean Bailiff, give the points, give the officials warning, like, hey, watch the line, and away we go. And already Carter Thompson, Will Steele will do battle for the race lead as they head across the front straightaway. A couple of karts get together. One kart goes up in the air, lands back on all fours, and continues on racing. But that was a close call.
Yeah, a lot of contact towards the back of the field, but the front of the field ready to square things away. You see some of the drivers still off the racetrack.
That's the 942 of Hunter Cole who went off the track, and there's a couple of more who are still trying to get around the circuit. But meanwhile up front, it's Thompson and Will Steele who are still trying to jockey around for position, with Crouch and Oliver and Dukov in the mix.
A lot of chaos to start off the run. Another kart having issues. That's now broken off to the side of the road. I believe that's still Cole. He's trying to gather things back up off the edge of the road. Up front, though, the leaders staying single file. They had a calmer start. Thompson, Steele, and Crouch did. Let's see how long that calmness starts as Cole and Gary amongst those with issues.
Yeah, right now it's Thompson, Steele, Crouch, Oliver, as Rush Gary was another driver you pointed out, but Oliver, Miller, Dukov dropped back to P6, with Chase Adams picking up a couple of spots in the opening lap.
That type of chaos can reign supreme sometimes, right? And we've seen that definitely reign in supreme to start things off this race. We'll have to see, though, how much things build up in the front. Remember, Crouch lost the lead on the final lap, fell back to third of the final lap, with him going into the grass, trying to battle things out with Steele and Thompson. What will happen in terms of the battles this time?
We'll see how it all plays out here, as they all are single file. Your top three of Steele, Thompson, Crouch. Miller and Dukov are trying to close the gap here on the rest of the competition, but it's going to be quite a bit of work.
Just a little bit right now. Have to say, it's been an entertaining day for all these competitors today. Now it's a matter of finishing out strong before we go to the Halloween portion of the program here. It's going to be an interesting time to close out the day for these competitors.
Absolutely, as we watch them work their way around. Here comes Ryan Crouch trying to see if he can get around second place with Carter Thompson. He's going to try to see if he can sneak around to get that second position and chase down Will Steele as they work their way through out of the final corner across the front straightaway. Crouch is going to still stick in third position, but he's right there to capitalize as they work their way through. Dukov back into the top 5. Ryan Miller in hot pursuit. Then you have Oliver, Adams, and Lida battling for 6.
They'll have to make up a lot of ground on the racetrack if they want to be able to fight for the front. Dukov in a points-losing position here today. Will say Taylor for the championship. Thompson's been much stronger today in a round he needed to be stronger in.
Absolutely here as they work their way through, but Dukov's got to find a way to catch back up and maybe have a shot of a podium finish in order to kind of stop the bleeding effect in a way for his championship run as they work their way through the back half of the course. Coming down onto the front straightaway, the 975 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic will lead the charge. Will Steele, followed by Carter Thompson once again. Everyone just going single file, 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps left to go.
Still a lot of time to plot and plan right now, but Steele and Thompson seem to be the kings of this field right now. Crouch doesn't seem to have the same pace as earlier on, and that seems to be really, at this point, evident with him not able to close up the half a second right now. Steele, Thompson, interesting enough, no gain, no ground made up, no draft impact, it seems, with 6 minutes on the clock.
Steele works their way around the circuit here, and here they come onto the front straightaway. Will Steele holding strong. No other drivers battling for position. There has been one pass as Lida got around Chase Adam for 7th. As you see, Steele tuck his head down a little bit, try to stay underneath that nose cone and hold on. But Carter Thompson set fastest lap of the race with a 50.610. As everyone else inside the top three also set some personal best, along with Nikolai Dukov and Benjamin Leida.
I think that's just down to it being the late stage of the race. The tires are up to temperature. It's just down to the final stretch, right? And we already started off with a pretty cool day as a whole. So these speeds going to keep on kicking up and up to close out the race, you'd have to think, for the next little bit to finish out strong.
Absolutely. 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go here as the field works their way around the circuit. And as they come down on the front straightaway, Steele and Thompson are now nose to tail for the most part as they come. And actually, Carter Thompson has been closing in on that gap. It's under half a second between the two of them, making now a quarter of a second now between your top two as Carter Thompson sets fastest lap again.
Yet again, just zooming on through and flying up the racetrack at this point. Question's going to be, when does Thompson, or if Thompson, closes up fully to make a lunge for the race lead? Steele seems like he's comfortable with the teammates. Have stayed together, worked together, haven't fought each other over aggressively throughout this run today.
As we keep an eye on the competition here, field works their way around the circuit, and as they come onto the front straightaway, can Carter Thompson pick up the pace even more, challenging Will Steele for the race lead? There you see him on screen. Steele holding strong, Thompson right there, not pushing the envelope just yet, but he is going to be there. Meanwhile, Miller and Dukov are working together to try and see if they can hunt down your top two.
That's a huge question mark right now.
How about Braden Heber? Oh, I was going to say, how about Braden Heber, who got into the top 10?
Yeah, not bad after starting off very slow to the round. Able to jump here in the late stages in this class. Seen Heber earlier today, powering the Hebers, should say. Having a lot of power earlier on in the day. Still 3 minutes on the clock. We've already zoomed through 7, make it 8 laps this time by. The teammates have ditched Crouch entirely.
Keeping an eye here as Will Steele drops the hammer quite a bit and who will take over the fastest lap of the race. And just as I say that, Ben Leida goes fastest with a 50.38. So a lot of things still up for grab. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Will Steele holding strong over Carter Thompson by 0.3 of a second as Ryan Crouch holds strong in third. He has about a little bit of breathing room by 2 seconds for Miller and Dukov catch up to him.
Indeed, at this point. At this point, a lot of others are squabbling towards the back of the field. The front of the field has remained relatively calm to close out the day.
Absolutely, as the field will work their way out of the final corner, and there you see Ryan Crouch starting to close up just a little bit. He's now dropped it down to a second and a half, and so is everyone else. They picked up pace quite a bit as well as they try to hold off and maintain if they can have a chance to chase down your top two, as Carter Thompson is all over the back bumper of Will Steele here in the closing laps.
Indeed, at this point. So now we'll see what happens here in the final 2 minutes at this point. You have to think that Thompson wants as many points as possible here, Taylor, especially with the championship in the balance and knowing that Dukov is in 4th spot. Have to be able to think, when am I going to make a move here, even if it's my teammate, without costing us the race win?
That's going to be the key, because you want to do it, but you want to do it quickly and cleanly as possible, because Dukov has been on a bit of a tear right now. He has been making hay to try to close in on Ryan Crouch for a chance of getting at least onto the podium, which could tip the balance of the championship into Nikolai Dukov's favor if he's able to recover to get a chance at the podium, compared to Thompson, who's got a chance at the win and maybe try to put that fight. Same thing with Will Steele. If he holds on to the win, the balance may tip in his favor.
Absolutely, still 3 laps to go right now with this race fully in the balance.
Everything holds on to the balance of how it all plays out after tonight, where we will crown champions tomorrow afternoon as the field works their way around, heading off into turn number 1 and 2. So far, so good as they work their way through towards the back half of the circuit. Really great racing action between the two teammates, though, as they try to keep each other honest and see if they can capitalize on any mistakes one or the other makes.
And I don't think either one's going to make a major mistake here. They are just maintaining pace, maintaining a rhythm in a good, solid fashion. Now things have really sorted together in this race right now. Just 2 more laps to go when they get to the stripe.
Coming here, 2 laps to go for the day for our racing action for the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC, as we're going to watch them crest over the start-finish line. 2 laps to go. Steele, Carter Thompson holding strong, another 2 seconds back, or almost 3 seconds back, is Ryan Crouch. Dukov closing in as well, along with the drivers of Lyda and Miller in hot pursuit as they come down towards the turn 4 and 5 as they snake their way across. Really great racing action around the track as they work their way towards the back half of the circuit to crest over the hill.
Still nothing has changed between Steele and Thompson. Thompson just has not been able to chip away the gap enough to lunge. He tried it though. Just tried it on Steele. Steele able to defend it well.
Great racing action as they come out of the final corner to take the white flag one more time around here as they work their way. Trouble, though, for one driver. Could not catch. Was that the 42 of Hunter Cole, or was that someone else? We'll have to see. It was not one of your front runners. It was towards the back half of the course. But Will Steele now has to possibly deal with lap traffic up ahead of him as they come out through the back half of the course. There you see the lap car. He's going to try to go wide. Actually goes off the track a little bit to let them go by and battle it out for the race win.
Same final stretch right here. Is there going to be one more chance to move around by Thompson, or will he stay in the line? Doesn't look like Thompson's close enough for a lunge.
Not close enough indeed. We'll see how it all plays out amongst them as they come down into the final couple of corners. Out of turn number 12, Will Steele looking to capture the flag here at MCC with a great drive from start to finish. He'll celebrate the win as it is a 1-2 finish here for the TKG team with Kart Republic. A great drive by both of them. Ryan Crouch will come home 3rd. Nikolai Dukov in 4th. Benjamin Lyda 5th. Ryan Miller, Scott Oliver, Chase Adams, Blade Fountain. As we wait for Braden Heber, who rounds out your top 10. They're going to have a little bit of a drag race right here as they come down the front straightaway. It's going to be Heber, Gary Clune, Blake Erickson, Gavin Degenhardt, and then Trevor Watson and Hunter Cole will not take the checker flag. They will DNF here today. But Justin, exciting racing we've had all day today.
Yes, exciting racing all throughout this one, all from the start to finish. Whether it was with the drag races we've seen, whether it's with some of the drama, with some of the incidents, whether it's even some of the calm in between then. Some exciting racing all throughout today.
Well, we're going to take about a 30-minute break, allow these drivers to cool off and get themselves situated, because these drivers, along with the KA100 Masters, are going to go out on the track for a special Kartoween event, Australian sprint style, to see who will be the last one standing when the checkered flag falls. We want to say thank you to everyone here at the MCC and for all of you tuning in on Kart Chasers coverage of the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship. We'll be back in a few moments' time for Kartoween here on Kart Chaser. Ethan Collins, Michael Davis, and Ross Roberts. Adam Dargis, Gavin Degenhart, Matthew Lyda, TJ Pugh, and Ethan Bowl will be in Alan Elwood, round out your top 10. Nolan Holiday, Wes Schroeder, Colin Evans, Shane Hambrick, Braden Heber, and then Benjamin Lyda, Chase Adams, and Thomas Harville round out your 18-kart field. It is a multitude of senior drivers in 206 and a multitude of drivers in 206 Masters. Justin, who's going to survive this one here today? And they're all going to go single file for this start. And the green flag is out, and we're racing. And already everyone's just trying to make sure it's 25 laps for this feature event. So whoever comes out on top, as long as you're not last, you'll be fine to make it to the next lap.
We'll see how they settle things out here, as they are already seeing a lot of squabbling midfield. All sorts of drivers jockeying to go from first to last, or rather last to first.
Here they come as they work their way through. Big gaggle of karts there in the middle. One kart goes off, make it two as another one goes around. Who is that one right there? It's a green and black machine. The 51 of Shane Hambrick, your 206 senior driver, as Jennifer Hildebrand looking to try to break away from the competition here in the early stages. She wants to lead the opening lap and have a chance to kind of cushion the gap to where she can maintain and not be the first one eliminated as they go too wide. Shane Hambrick, though, I think it's safe to say, as they come out of the final corner, they're 2 and 3 wide, drag racing themselves across the start-finish line as Ethan Collins takes over the race lead, followed by Dargis, Lyda, Hildebrand, and Gavin Degenhart. But unfortunately for, one driver's actually pulling off, and that might be Ethan Bowl who pulls off the track, or Michael Davis, because either one of those two did not start. So Shane Hambrick survives for just another lap because he's quite a ways back from the next car ahead of him, Benjamin Lyda.
How about a twist and turn of the events? You see one of the karts, believe, stopped over there. That's what the situation is. Currently scored at 19 laps now on the correction for the field size here. But right now it's Collins, Dargis, Lyda, Hildebrand amongst your top four. You can see a lot of these drivers still trying to sort out what they're going to do here. A lot of the drivers like Benjamin Lyda yet to make their way to the field.
They have a lot of work to do, and they could be eliminated next time by as they come across the start-finish line here. Collins still holds on to the race lead as multiple drivers try to jockey around for position. One kart is pulling off along with another kart. We'll see who those ones are, but Shane Hambrick is also being pulled off the track as well. So that will change the entire outcome. That might have been Ross Roberts, and possibly, I'm having to see if Alan Elwood's still out of the track.
Yeah, a lot of people are pulling off here in this wild race. There's a lot of squabbling back there amongst some of the drivers that are yet to get out of the chaos realm. See a lot of holdups, in fact, in the back of the field. The front of the field, getting interesting with Lyda and Dargis still settling things out up front on second and third.
Absolutely, as Ethan Collins, your 206 senior driver from earlier today, we saw him racing, having a mid-pack run, as along with Matthew Lyda, your 206 Masters, one of your second-place finishers as well in the Masters category, still trying to hold on and maintain in a chance to go and chase down Ethan Collins, who comes across the line as they work their way through. Lyda, Dargis, Gavin Degenhart, Schroeder, and more come across the line. Benjamin Lyda survives. And I believe, Alan Elwood out of the race. Thomas Harville, the 64, the first car to possibly be eliminated next time by.
Believe seen on the board 57, Hildebrand, in terms of that. You've seen them squabbling at the back of the field to sort things out there. So far, it's been chaotic, but we are continuing to shed kart after kart. A lot of off-track back there.
I think Hildebrand went off the track right there coming out of 4 and 5. That's going to cost her time to where she loses that spot to Thomas Harville. Let's see how it works out for them as everyone's now just trying to get single file. They know they have a little bit of time, but not a whole lot because a lot can change between now and the next lap or so as they come out of the final corner here across the line, put 5 laps on the board, and we'll see who's next eliminated. Safe to say it might be Jennifer Hildebrand as she will pull off the track. Thomas Harville next to be eliminated.
67 and 64, believe we're on the board there to confirm. So That's going to mean one more driver out. We're already down to just 11, believe, on the racetrack. We had a lot of attrition pop up so far, Taylor, that really made things different, what we were expecting coming in. But the pressure's going to be on. Benjamin Lida is still on the bubble with Pugh, and a lot of others are still trying to sort out where they're going to settle it in here.
Yeah, Benjamin Lida, TJ Pugh, and Chase Adams are the next ones. Once Thomas Harville is eliminated, that could be that will have to fight it out here. We'll keep an eye on that battle as they come out of the final corner. As Ethan Collins now starting to get some pressure as Matthew Lida and Adam Dargis start to work together as they come out of the final corner. Here comes Wes Schroeder with help from Braden Heber as they come across the line. Next car to be eliminated as they battle it out is going to be Thomas Harville as Benjamin Lida moves up some spots.
Able to build up some buffer at least on the racetrack right now based on the order. Now I think Pugh might be on the bubble of those on the cut line here. Still a lot of people trying to sort themselves out towards that said bubble right now, trying to find a way around, trying to avoid being eliminated.
TJ Pugh trying every which way he can to get around Adams and Lida just to survive one more lap at least as we go back up to the front of the field. And Schroeder has taken over the race lead. Wes Schroeder, your new race leader. Ethan Collins has fallen back. Braden Heber has now moved up to second place as well as he'll hop on, give a little bunny hop to keep on trying to hold on to the top front of the field. There you saw Nolan Holiday in the back of that pack as they come across the start-finish line. 3 wide up a further head. And who is going to be eliminated next is going to be close between TJ Pugh and Chase Adams, and TJ Pugh eliminated.
Fortunate for one of the top drivers from earlier on in the day, but that's the challenge of this, right? It's a challenging format. Adams is in range to already lose the spot next regardless here. Unless there's a lot of attrition up front. Not a great run for Adams. One cart is off.
That was one cart. Did not catch the number of that cart that's off, so that could save Chase Adams for one lap. If we try to get a look at that cart who's stuck out there as we go back up to the race leaders of Wes Schroeder. So we'll see here momentarily who is the one that gets eliminated this time around and could save Chase Adams' race for one more lap.
And we'll see where that falls on the pylon as looks like they'll carry the cart that stopped off the racing surface over there. Schroeder, Ebert still hold on. Evans amongst those still up there. Collins has been shuffled and drop kicked down the order.
That was Ethan Collins. That was your pole sitter for the race, or one of your front runners up in the race. So he is eliminated.
That's a big shuffle, and that's going to mean, I believe we're going to be down to like 9 carts here. Adams on the bubble, or outside the bubble. Then it's Degenhardt. Then it's Lida in terms of the order. And those drivers are struggling on a fair bit from some of the drivers they need to get to if they want to try and win this event.
Yeah, this is going to be critical as we watch Wes Schroeder and Braden Heber, who are now 1-2. They're trying to pull away. They want to be the only 2 left standing as Matthew Lida is trying to work with Colin Evans and Nolan Holiday to chase them down. Dargis dropped back to P6 for the time being, with Ben Lida and Degenhardt also dropped back, as well as we see Sean Bailiff give the point of the flag to be the next eliminated driver. Here they come down pit road. And that is, of course, going to be Chase Adams and, I believe, Gavin Degenhardt also eliminated.
Yeah, at this point, it's been an interesting one at this mark for this race. So now it's the question mark of what's going to happen in about a lap's time. You see some of the other drivers already keeping an eye on that, like the Lidas, that are starting to get really aggressive right now to build a buffer over the rest of these carts.
And then there were 7 as Adam Dargis is trying to work his way through and try to see if he can catch up to the rest of the field. He's got Benjamin Lida ahead of him. He can maybe challenge, but not close enough by the looks of it. In fact, Benjamin Lida has been your fastest cart on the track the last time by as Heber and Schroeder battle. There you see that group. And unfortunately for the 22 of Adam Dargis, eliminated.
So down to just 6. 22. Go ahead.
This is the group we got to watch here for the next few laps, because these 4 drivers are tooth and nail going to fight it out here amongst themselves. It is between Lida, both of them, Matthew and Benjamin, Colin Evans, Nolan Holiday. Those 4 are going to duke it out here on this lap to see who will come out on top.
Now, it's going to be an interesting one for that back straightaway. The race lead is on. Heber going for the point on Schroeder, taking it away for the time being up front. But a lot of question marks on what's going to happen from about fourth on back at the moment, third on back, in fact. These two might be the ones to watch for the end of this one. But the rest of those drivers, here they come.
Here we come, and as they work their way through, as we were trying to see who would be eliminated, I think it's safe to say it's a close call. I don't know who it is. We'll have to wait and see. As Matthew Lyda got eliminated.
Well, we've seen 5 for Evans, in fact, there. Not quite sure. We'll see who peels on into the pit lane, Taylor. The board showed 5 initially, but we're running out of carts here. The final stretch.
We certainly are, as we're watching and seeing who will come out on top here, as actually there might be 6 carts still out on the track right now, but yeah, it might be Colin Evans eliminated this time by. We'll wait and see official word as we watch and see if we can just hold on to see who Sean Bailiff points to when they come out of the final corner right here as they work their way through. There you see Sean coming around. The 991 of Benjamin Lyda safe. And the 5 eliminated. Colin Evans out of the race.
There's another one also peeling on in as well in that regard. So next,
we are down to should be 4 drivers.
Yeah, and there's a lot of separation for the 4th driver in Holiday, isn't there? And Holiday needs a lot of luck if he wants a shot here. Ben Lyda, the same case. The top 2 have really ran away for the rest of the pack here.
Smart thinking by both Braden Heber and Wes Schroeder to be able to pull away and do what they need to do to try to just sort them out amongst themselves. Gives them plenty of cushion not to worry about what goes on and just be the last 2 when it comes to it. As next up on the docket to be eliminated, Nolan Holiday, as Braden Heber will come around, Schroeder comes around. Ben Lyda has one more shot to try and chase down these 2, but unfortunately for Nolan Holiday, his day is done.
See that flash up on the board now, as this time around, that's going to put Lyda right on the bubble. And immediately, the question is, can he find shortcuts? Can he try and find a way to gain 3-4 seconds? I don't think so.
If only we could do Mario Kart style and had a blue shell somewhere out there, I think that would be a big help for him. But that's the only thing that could help him out here in this Kartaween Australian sprint race that we see here as they work their way through. And Wes Schroeder trying to settle in to get himself situated for a 1-lap dash here coming up as Benjamin Lyda is about to be eliminated, and it's now down to 2.
Down to these couple carts here as there's the black flag signal right to the 991. It's down to these 2. Can Schroeder find something here on what likely going to be the final lap here?
One more time around. Braden Heber, your 206 senior, and Wes Schroeder, another 206 senior, to survive the gauntlet of drivers that entered into tonight's Kartaween event. And as they work their way down the back straightaway, heading over towards the final couple of corners, Braden Heber has had a significant run. He's going to try and find his way through, but Wes Schroeder trying to see if he can drop the power down in this final couple of corners. They come up to the top of the hill as they work their way through. Schroeder not close enough to send it into the next corner, but he will do everything he can. Down into the turn 8, 9, and 10 complex. He's going to try to snake his way through, but he's not close enough. He's going to have to try and send it as they come through big time again as they work their way through out of the final corner. They will go. The number 8 machine of Braden Heber will come around to take the checkered flag. Or do we got? Yeah, takes the checkered flag. Or is that a 2-lap to go signal?
I believe I see a 2-lap to go signal on the board here. This is going to get interesting here, but Heber, believe, still getting the run regardless, has the advantage, has had the advantage for the past few laps.
He has had it. He is not going to give it up one bit or another. He's trying to keep the power down. He's not stopping until he sees a checkered flag out there on the track as they work their way up through the back half of the course to crest over the top of the hill here. And so far, so good. He'll work his way down as the sun starts to set here in Batavia, Ohio, crosses over through that wide sweeping corner into the S as they will go, and Braden Heber is going to try to hold on for another couple of laps here as the checker flag is scheduled to come out this time by checkered flag in the air for Braden Heber to take home the win in your Kartoween event for your 206 drivers, and congratulations to him. Wes Schroeder will finish second, and of course Benjamin Lida, your podium finisher.
Definitely an interesting event. It became a lot more spread out than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, and Heber backed up the pace we've seen from earlier.
It certainly was. Next up is Nolan Holiday in fourth, Colin Evans fifth, Matthew Lida in sixth, Adam Dargis seventh, Gavin Degenhart is eighth, Chase Adams ninth, Ethan Collins rounds out your top 10, TJ Pugh 11th, Thomas Harville 12th, Jennifer Hildebrand 13th, Alan Elwood 14th, Ross Roberts 15th, Shane Hambrick 16th, Michael Davis and Ethan Bull round out your 18-card field.
That was an interesting one to close out the day, but an interesting day as a whole, Taylor. Just about comes to a close.
Absolutely, and we're going to re-rack them and restack them here tomorrow for each one of these drivers out here, and then tomorrow after we conclude the action of overall racing, we're going to bring out the KA100s for their Australian pursuit as part of Kartoween. So we'll see both the KA Masters and the KA Pro-Am drivers out there on the track. So we're going to see another big field. Of course, tomorrow you'll join myself and Sheldon Atkins on the call for the action. But Justin, final thoughts for you as we come to a close.
Exciting racing all throughout the day. Some interesting moments, to say the least.
Starting a little bit after 10 a.m. Eastern time for round 6, championship round here at MCC Kartplex. And we'll crown champions for the MCC Pro-Am Karting Championship live on Kart Chaser.